Hey guys, imagine stepping into a midnight market in ancient Egypt where the law says you can't wear white after sunset because it's a beacon for wandering jackals. Yeah, weird, but oddly practical. Before we dive in, smash that like button if you love bizarre history, and drop a comment with the strangest rule you've ever broken. Dim the lights, grab a cold brew, and picture the sand-filled air thick with incense, and the metallic tang of copper amulets clinging to every wrist. You wake up in a cramped mud brick room, the hiss of a nearby Nile flood echoing like a distant subway, and you realize the pharaoh's decree that every family must keep a cat on their roof to ward off rats feels like a medieval roommate agreement with fur. Ever wondered why they banned laughing at funerals? Spoiler: it kept the mourners from accidentally spilling their wine on sacred linens, because ancient Egypt had a thing for clean drapes. So, are you ready to trade your Wi-Fi router for a reed pen and see why these bizarre laws actually saved lives? Let's jump in and unpack the logic behind the oddball commandments that would make even modern HR blush. The city of Thebes throbbed like a drumbeat market, lanterns flickering over piles of papyrus, the scent of incense mixing with fresh baked flatbread. In the middle of this chaos, a lanky boy named Khepri shuffled his reed pen, dreaming of fame as a scribe. Today's lesson came not from a grammar scroll, but from a stone plaque nailed to the courtyard. No one may step on the shadow of a statue. The rule sounded as odd as a camel on a skateboard, but the elders swore by it like a mummy swears by its bandages. Khepri's curiosity snagged on a hulking limestone god, half hidden in the midday glare. He angled his foot, half-heartedly testing the invisible line, and felt the cool dust of the courtyard give way to a faint chill, as if the stone itself exhaled. A nearby vendor shouted, "Watch your step, boy." The shadows bite, the crowd chuckled, but the priest's eyes narrowed, reflecting a glint that could have been a beetle's wing. The high priest, wrapped in linen as white as river foam, gathered the apprentices under the colossal statue of Amun-Ra. He whispered that every shadow was a tiny prison, holding a sliver of the god's raw power, like a cosmic USB stick stuck in the sand. If a mortal tread upon it, the fragment could slip, spilling chaos the size of a sandstorm into the mortal realm. The priest's hands traced the ground, and the air smelled of hot metal and old perfume, making Khepri's stomach knot like a rope in a mummy's bandage. Imagine a superhero movie where the hero accidentally steps on a villain's cape and unleashes a cascade of mini meteors, only with more sand and less special effects. In Thebes, that chaos could mean flooding the Nile with ink, turning the city's bustling bazaars into a slippery scribble of papyrus. The ancient scribes joked that stepping on a shadow was like pressing delete on the universe's save file. Yet the fear wasn't just superstition. A single misstep could summon a swarm of locusts that would snack on the very scrolls Khepri coveted. Khepri left the courtyard with his reed pen clutched tighter, his sandals deliberately hovering over the shade like a cat stalking sunlight. He vowed to treat every statue's silhouette as a sacred runway, respecting the invisible runway model of the gods. Later, when a tourist from a distant land asked why the locals tiptoed, Khepri grinned and replied, "Because even the gods don't want their memes trampled." The lesson stuck, proving that sometimes the strangest rules are just ancient safety nets, wrapped in mythology and a dash of cosmic humor. When the sun slipped behind the dunes, Khepri slipped out of the bustling market with a reed scroll clutched to his chest. The town crier's voice had cracked like a pottery shard, announcing a midnight decree: no bread may be baked after sunset. The law was etched in sand on the temple wall, its ink shimmering like spilled milk under moonlight. Khepri raised an eyebrow, half amused, half curious, as the night air smelled of cumin and camel dung. He imagined the ancient scribes, maybe with a mischievous grin, signing off on a rule that sounded like a bedtime story for overcooked bakers. Whispers slithered through the mud brick alleys like desert snakes, each villager swapping rumors about the ban. Old Zara swore that the sweet perfume of fresh grain lured nocturnal spirits, ghoul like sandflies with glowing eyes that devour sleep. Some claimed the rule kept the night from turning into a giant, greasy oven where the gods would roast mortals like pita chips. Khepri listened, feeling the weight of a superstitious chorus that could have been lifted straight from a meme about don't feed the trolls. Yet the more he heard, the more the scent of dough tickled his nostrils, daring him to test the myth. One moonless night, Khepri crept into his family's modest hearth, coaxing a sack of barley flour from the pantry, while the village dogs snored like ancient drums. He lit a charcoal fire, its ember glow flickering like the lights of a distant starship, and whispered, "May the spirits be on my side, or at least not too hungry." The dough rose in his hands, sticky and warm, releasing a perfume that could make a mummy weep with envy. As the loaf puffed, a chorus of crickets performed a rhythm that sounded suspiciously like a bass line from a 1970s disco track. He slipped the loaf onto a stone slab, praying the desert spirits were too busy scrolling through the night sky to notice. The oven roared, spitting out a hiss that sounded like 1,000 sandstorms arguing over who had the best sandcastle. Sweat dripped down Khepri's forehead, mingling with the sour scent of yeast and the sharp tang of burnt reeds, an aromatherapy nightmare for any unsuspecting ghost. Suddenly, a thin, translucent shape glided across the doorway, its eyes like polished obsidian marbles. The desert spirit, if you could call it that, hovered, sniffed the air, then sneezed a cloud of stardust that settled on the loaf. The bread emerged golden, crust crunching like the crackle of a papyrus scroll being unrolled, and the spirit gave a curt nod, as if saying, "Fine, you win, but only because you baked it with flair." Khepri laughed, realizing the ban was less a law and more a dramatic pause in the theater of night. By dawn, the village awoke to the tantalizing aroma of midnight bread drifting through the streets, and the people gathered like fans at a rock concert, chanting Khepri's name. The elders, trembling like jelly, declared the rule still in effect, but only until the next full moon, when the spirits would demand a remix of the bake-off. Khepri, feeling like a culinary superhero, tossed a piece to a stray cat, which devoured it with a gusto that could rival a superhero's cape rip. The cat's purr echoed through the alleys, sounding oddly like the bass line of a vintage Atari game, and the villagers laughed, realizing the spirits were probably just bored. So the midnight band survived, not because of ghostly sniff tests, but because a good loaf makes even the most stubborn myth crack a smile, just like a meme that refuses to die. The sun hammered down on the limestone walls of the scribe's hall, and the high priest's voice cut through the heat like a reed flute. He unfurled a fresh edict, ink still shimmering, and declared that every scribe must hold his tongue while copying the sacred hieroglyphs. Murmurs rose, then died, as apprentices clutched their styluses like nervous violinists awaiting a silent solo. Khepri, a wiry youth with ink-stained sleeves, stared at the decree, half expecting a clause about wearing sandals on Tuesdays. The room fell into a charged hush, as if the very air sensed an upcoming drama. Khepri scooted to the corner table, where a pot of tar-black ink steamed like a tiny volcano. As he dipped his reed, the scent of dried papyrus and goat's sweat hit his nose, a pungent reminder of countless nights spent with the gods' stories. He remembered his grandfather's warning. Words are like moths. They gnaw at the sanctity of the ink. The old man had taught him to whisper only to the reeds, never to the walls, lest the ink drink the gossip of mortals. That night, Khepri realized the edict wasn't a bureaucratic tantrum, but a protective spell against careless chatter. The ink, he discovered, was not mere pigment, but a conduit for divine truth, thick as midnight honey and glowing faintly with a blue fire. When a scribe blurted a joke about the pharaoh's new beard style, the ink would bubble, as if tasting the sarcasm, and sometimes spill, staining the papyrus with a wobbly grin. The priests whispered that careless speech could introduce impurity, like a drop of mud in a crystal vase, blurring the hieroglyphs that held the afterlife's map. So, the silent scribe's oath acted like a medieval silent mode button on a cosmic smartphone, preventing accidental updates to the universe's firmware. In the dim torchlight, the hiss of the reed scratching the papyrus sounded sweeter than any tavern chant. It's the ancient equivalent of a do not disturb sign on a Hollywood star's dressing room, except the star is a deity, and the dress code is a literal coat of ink. Imagine Netflix on mute. The story still streams, but the ridiculous commentary disappears, leaving only the plot. The scribes, now sworn to silence, resembled Jedi monks wielding pens instead of lightsabers. Their only battle against the dark side of stray syllables. One cheeky apprentice tried to hum Eye of the Tiger while copying a spell, only to have the ink sputter and the hieroglyph of a lion turn into a surprised cat. The whole hall erupted in stifled laughs that faded into the steady, purposeful scrape of reed against stone. By the next sunrise, the palace archives gleamed with pages unmarred by errant chatter, each glyph crisp as a freshly sharpened arrow. Khepri felt a proud shiver run down his spine, like the first sip of cold beer after a desert march. The silent scribe's oath proved that sometimes the best way to protect the sacred is to zip your lips tighter than a mummy's bandages. Word of the rule spread beyond the halls, and even merchants on the market stalls began to whisper. Silence is golden when they saw a scribal apprentice pass. In the end, the rule that sounded like a bureaucratic prank turned into a timeless hack for keeping history pure. One mute stroke at a time, the sky over Thebes bruised to a sullen gray as the Nile swelled, gnawing at the banks like a nervous cat. From his marble throne, Pharaoh Amenhotep slammed a royal decree that every painted pottery must be carted out of every home before the waters rise. Khepri, a low-ranking scribe with a penchant for sarcasm, raised an eyebrow and muttered that the king must have confused pottery with a Netflix binge list. Yet the court scribes scribbled the order onto papyrus scrolls, stamping them with the seal of a beetle god, and the messengers galloped through dusty streets. The whole city buzzed with the absurdity of moving delicate jars, as if they were prized football trophies. Soon the streets filled with clanking carts piled high with blue-dotted amphorae, scarlet bowls, and emerald cups, each bearing the faded images of lotus flowers and battle scenes. Women wrestled with hefty jars, their wrists raw from gripping cracked clay, while children darted around, slipping on spilled glaze like ice on a rink. The air grew thick with the sour perfume of wet earth mixed with the bitter tang of fresh pigments, a scent that seemed to cling to every breath like a stubborn perfume. Even the palace guards paused, their polished bronze helmets reflecting the foaming water that lapped at their boots. The whole operation felt like an ancient version of a spring cleaning marathon. Only the stakes were a bit more slippery. When the flood finally burst its banks, the river surged like a colossal green serpent, swallowing the fields and the outskirts in a frothy, mud-laden embrace. As the water surged over the abandoned pottery, the painted shells dissolved into the flow, turning the river into a swirling rainbow of toxic sludge. The once bright blues melted into a nauseating turquoise, while reds bled out as a lurid rust that stained the reeds and reeds' tips. A foul, chemical odor rose from the water, stinging noses and making even the hard-hearted boatmen gag. The visual spectacle was as mesmerizing as a fireworks show. Only the aftertaste was decidedly less festive. The runoff turned the already fertile floodplain into a nightmare cocktail of poisonous pigments that seeped into the soil, leaching into the wheat and barley like an unwanted guest at a banquet. Farmers, eyes burning from the acrid fumes, watched their golden stalks wilt into sickly shades of purple and orange, the colors of a bad Instagram filter gone wrong. Villagers who tried to drink the water coughed up a bitter, metallic taste, their throats inflamed as if they'd choked on tiny shards of glass. Even the sacred cats, revered for their grace, slunk away with fur matted in the oily residue, eyes wide with bewildered distress. The whole scene felt like a medieval horror movie set, except the special effects were all too real. When the waters finally receded, the king surveyed the ruined fields and the empty pottery racks with a grimace that could have rivaled a reality TV judge's disapproval. He finally lifted the decree, realizing that his odd rule had actually saved lives by forcing people to dump the poisonous jars before they could poison the crops. Khepri, now a bit wiser, chuckled that the ancient Egyptians were perhaps the original eco-activists, wielding decrees like a superhero's cape. The tale of the Nile's painted flood spread across taverns, becoming a cautionary legend about trusting the wisdom hidden in seemingly silly edicts. And so, the next spring, the people of Thebes kept their pottery safely on high shelves, just in case the river decided to turn the world into a gigantic paint splatter. Khepri leaned against the cool stone of his rooftop study, the Nile humming below like a bass line in an ancient rap battle. The desert sun burned the papyrus scrolls, casting a golden haze that made the air taste of sand and incense. He chuckled, remembering how his apprentices once called the kingdom's quirks the weirdest tourist attractions of the Old Kingdom. Yet, as the cicadas sang their twilight chorus, the odd laws began to settle in his mind like sediment in a jar of perfume. He realized that every bizarre rule was a silent guardian, woven into daily life. Take the law forbidding anyone from whistling near a grain silo after the third watch sounds like a medieval prank. Right. In reality, the high-pitched trill scared off swarms of locusts that loved a good concert, saving the harvest from a crunchy fate. The elders whispered that the rule was born when a stray shepherd whistled a tune that attracted a cloud of beetles, turning the pantry into a crunchy nightmare. The smell of crushed wheat and beetle slime still haunts the memory of that day, so the silence after sunset became a protective lullaby for the granaries. Then there was the edict banning anyone from stepping on the threshold of a tomb while wearing sandals. Sounds like a fashion faux pas, but it was pure practicality. Sandals scraped the polished limestone, making a squeaky cue for wandering night critters that loved the echo. One night, a rat troop mistook the squeal for a drum circle and staged a heist on a noble's sarcophagus, scattering jewels like confetti. The pungent scent of embalming oil and stale mummy linen seeped into the corridors as the thieves fled. Hence, the rule kept both the dead and the living from slipping into a noisy disaster. A curious rule demanded that every household keep a bowl of fermented dates at the entrance, but only to be emptied before sunrise. To the uninitiated, this seems like a breakfast ritual for the gods. In fact, the sour mash attracted fruit flies that devoured any stray insects attracted to the doorway. The buzzing swarm acted like a living pesticide, keeping venomous scorpions from crawling in. The air filled with a sweet, sour fizz, and the occasional bite of a stray fly tasted like a tiny, angry lemon. This sticky sentinel turned a potential nightmare into a fragrant, buzzing guardian. Now, with a reed pen dripping black ink, Khepri etched these oddities onto a limestone slab for the future. His hand, steady despite the sweat dripping like river mud down his back, he imagined a far-off scribe, perhaps in a sci-fi flick, stumbling over the same laws and laughing at their absurdity before nodding in respect. The slab would sit in a temple where the scent of incense and wet papyrus mingles, a tactile reminder that the weird often wears a sensible coat. As the chisel clinked against stone, the echo sounded like a drumbeat of ancient wisdom, reverberating through the courtyard. With a final sigh, he signed his name, knowing that even the strangest rule can be a love letter to survival. The sun bled gold over Thebes as Pharaoh Amenemhat summoned his court beneath the glittering colonnades of the new palace. He paced the marble floor, his sandals clacking like a drumbeat, while courtiers whispered about the towering reliefs that now housed the gods. The air smelled of fresh-cut papyrus and the faint sting of incense, a perfume worthy of a king's triumph. With a grin as wide as the Nile, Amenemhat raised his scepter and declared, "Let the celebrations begin. Our kingdom's tapestry is finally woven." The crowd erupted, their cheers echoing like a chorus of cymbals in a rock concert. Inside the royal workshops, the weavers swarmed like ants on a sugar rush, their fingers dancing over looms that sang under the pull of each thread. The scent of spindled flax blended with the sour tang of sweat, creating a perfume no perfume maker could replicate. Master weaver Nefru chuckled, pointing at a bolt of linen that looked like a baboon's backside, saying, "If the pharaoh insists on gold, we'll need to stitch in some humor too." Their shuttle rods zipped back and forth, snapping like a metronome, while the rhythmic clack of the looms set a background beat for their gossip. Even the palace cats joined the chorus, batting at stray yarns, as if auditioning for a feline version of Dancing with the Stars. Beyond the bustling workshops, the sacred temple priests guarded the colors of the cosmos like a security detail at a Hollywood premiere. They whispered that certain pigments held the power of the gods, while others dared to flirt with chaos. The head priest, Imhotep the Ink Keeper, warned, "Do not let mortal vanity dye the heavens with forbidden shades, lest the Nile turn to ink." Yet a shy apprentice had just returned from a distant trade caravan, clutching a vial of deep crimson that glimmered like a fresh wound under a torch. The priest's raised eyebrows, half amused and half terrified, as the color seemed to pulse with a heartbeat of its own. The market erupted with the news of the crimson hue, its stalls spilling over with spices that stank of cumin, roasted chickpeas, and the occasional whiff of donkey dung. Nothing a true Egyptian market is complete without. Merchants hawked the pigment like it were a superhero's cape, shouting, "Dress your pharaoh like a marvel god of war." Children crowded around a stall, their eyes wide as they watched a weaver dip his brush into the liquid scarlet, which smelled faintly of iron and fresh figs. A grizzled vendor, chewing on a date, muttered, "If the king wears it, he'll look like a walking sunrise. Maybe the gods will finally give us Wi-Fi." Laughter rolled through the crowd, mingling with the clatter of pottery and the distant croak of river frogs. When the day of the grand unveiling arrived, Amenemhat strutted onto the balcony, draped in a robe threaded with the dreaded crimson, the fabric shimmering like fresh blood on a sunrise. The crowd gasped, then erupted in applause, but the priests slipped away, muttering prayers that the hue wouldn't summon a flood of rebellious Nile spirits. By sunset, the pharaoh issued a royal edict. "No garment shall bear the shade of war's wound. Let only the calm blues and golden suns dress our halls." The irony was palpable. He banned the very color that had made his palace the talk of the kingdom. as if a Netflix binge watcher suddenly declared a no TV rule. As night fell, the city's lanterns flickered, casting amber shadows that whispered of a world where colors, like opinions, are ever-changing, and a ruler's mood can turn a bright day into a muted twilight. The sun baked the dunes as a caravan of foreign merchants rolled into Thebes, their carts rattling like a drunken drumline. They tipped over massive barrels of scarlet dye, spilling a scent of boiled beetroot and swampy iron that rose in thick, oily plumes. Children darted between the crates, eyes wide, while the city's bakers sneezed at the sudden perfume of fermented hide glue. The merchants shouted in broken Egyptian, promising robes that would make even the Nile's waters blush, and the crowd roared like a tavern full of gladiators after a victory. High priests, draped in linen as plain as a desert mirage, stepped forward with incense smoke curling like ghostly ribbons. One priest, his beard dripping with the sweat of 1,000 prayers, warned that the crimson hue echoed the chaotic blood of desert storms, nature's own rave where sand and sky clash in a violent tango. He whispered that wearing scarlet could summon the wrath of the sand gods, a claim that made the nobles sniffle like they'd just tasted sour kumquat. The crowd half laughed, half shivered, as if someone had just announced that the pharaoh might start a new fashion line called blood bath chic. Behind the temple columns, the elite clinked their goblets, debating the forbidden shade with the fervor of a Game of Thrones council meeting, minus the dragons, but with plenty of wine-spilled bravado. Lady Nefret, whose jeweled headdress glittered like a disco ball, argued that scarlet could turn a simple tunic into a power statement louder than a royal decree. Sir Amun, ever the skeptic, scoffed that the color would only attract desert beetles and bad gossip, likening it to wearing a traffic cone in a desert caravan. The argument crackled like sparking flint, each side firing witty jabs until the sun dipped, casting everything in a reddish glow that made the whole debate feel oddly appropriate. Meanwhile, the streets swirled with the murmurs of common folk, whose dreams of crimson robes were as vivid as the night market's lanterns. A baker's son imagined himself striding through the palace courts, his sleeves dripping with scarlet like a superhero cape, perhaps a local version of Scarlet Spider, if you will. Women at the water pumps whispered about stitching scraps of dyed cloth into skirts, even if it meant a few extra coins and a smudge of dye on their hands. Their laughter rose above the clamor, a stubborn chorus that said, "If the pharaoh bans it, we'll still paint the world in our own colors, even if it smells like boiled cabbage." As the moon rose, casting a silver sheen over the dunes, the pharaoh's edict was sealed. Scarlet would be locked away in the vaults, banned from royal garb for fear of stirring chaos. Yet the crimson whisper lingered, humming through market stalls, temple halls, and the dreams of every child who'd ever stared at a spilled barrel of dye. Some nobles, secretly, slipped a single ruby red thread into their cuffs, a silent rebellion that glimmered like a wink in a Shakespearean play. The city, forever caught between the desert's raw fury and humanity's colorful longing, learned that even a banned shade can paint hope across the sands. In the shadowed galleries of the palace, a dozen ambitious courtiers huddled like conspirators in a spy thriller, their whispers curling around the flickering torchlight. They had grown tired of the bland, sand-colored robes that made every noble look like a mute statue. With a wink, their leader, who fancied himself a fashion-forward version of Cleopatra's cousin, unveiled a secret commission. Garments dyed in the forbidden crimson. The plan: to strut those scarlet silks at the upcoming Festival of the Sun and watch the crowd gasp. Little did they know, their daring dress rehearsal smelled faintly of rebellion and goat cheese. The royal dye masters twirled in a subterranean workshop that reeked of boiled beetroot and iron, a perfume that could knock out a camel on a hot day. Vats boiled over with a liquid as thick as midnight tar, turning each fold of linen into a river of freshly spilled blood, hands stained crimson, tongues licking the sour tang of the dye, while gossip seeped through the stone walls like a mischievous cat. When the first cloak emerged, it shimmered like a sunrise caught in a bottle of ketchup, daring anyone to look away. Even the palace cat, named Bastet after the goddess, hesitated, tail puffed, before swatting the hem with a disdainful flick. The Festival of the Sun promised a day of blaring lyres, sizzling kebabs, and a sky so bright it made the Nile look like a glittering mirror. As the crowd gathered, the courtiers slipped into their scarlet armor, each step a soft rustle of silk that sounded like a secret cheer. The sun caught the crimson, scattering shards of ruby across the dunes, while vendors cried out, "Spice, spice," and sandal-clad feet thumped like a drum line at a rock concert. Children stared, eyes wide as the pharaoh's jeweled uraeus, while elders muttered, "That color, it bodes ill." The air was thick with incense, sweat, and the electric buzz of a plot about to burst like an overcooked pastry. Soon the crowd's murmur turned into a roar, as if the crimson had unlocked a collective memory of past uprisings. Mothers clutched their babies, whispering that the red hue was the blood of the gods, an omen that the throne might tumble like a poorly built sandcastle. A street vendor, his apron splattered with lentil soup, shouted, "Who gave the king a red coat? Is this a new fashion or a new rebellion?" The courtiers, suddenly aware of the uproar, tried to laugh it off, but their smiles slipped like oil on water. Irony dripped from the scene. The very color the pharaoh band now painted the streets with panic, as if the gods were playing a prank on mortal egos. When the pharaoh finally arrived, his sandals echoing against the stone like a metronome of authority, he stared at the sea of scarlet and raised an eyebrow higher than the pyramids. "So you thought you could wear my ban as a costume?" he boomed, his voice echoing like a bass drop in a stadium. The courtiers bowed, their faces flushed redder than their robes, and begged mercy, promising to donate their glittering scarves to the temple's cleaning crew. With a half smile, the ruler declared the crimson now a royal warning, and ordered the colors be burned in the same furnace that forged his chariot wheels. As the flames crackled, a stray ember drifted up, momentarily turning the night sky into a flickering Game of Thrones. Title sequence, proof that even pharaohs can't escape a good dramatic reveal. The great sun festival swelled over Thebes like a molten river of gold. Drums thumped, incense curled, and the riverbank bustled with merchants hawking figs and river mud pies that smelled like a swamp in summer. From the eastern colonnade, a clutch of conspirators slipped forward, each cloaked in a shocking crimson robe that looked like fresh wound blood. Their sleeves swished against the polished stone, whispering a rebellious hue that the priests had long warned would anger the sun god Ra. Even the palace cats paused, their whiskers twitching, as the scarlet fabric caught the light and seemed to pulse with a dangerous heartbeat. Without warning, the sky rippled, and dark clouds rolled in like a disgruntled crowd at a rock concert, booming with thunder that rattled the king's golden throne. Lightning cracked, splintering the sun's smile into jagged shards that illuminated the conspirators' ruby gowns in a ghastly strobe. The air turned sour, thick with the metallic tang of ozone and the faint stink of burnt papyrus. Pharaoh Amenemhat, his crown glinting like a busted lightsaber, strode forward, his sandals slapping the hot sand with the authority of a drill sergeant. He raised his hand, demanding the culprits explain why they dared paint the heavens with a color the gods supposedly banned. The priests, clutching their alabaster staffs, shouted that the crimson was a forbidden shade, a hue the sun deemed too bold for mortal vanity, a warning as old as the pyramid jokes about Egyptian Wi-Fi being a pharaoh zone. Their chants rose, echoing off the sandstone walls, while the storm seemed to answer with a roar that rattled the Nile's reeds. A sudden gust hurled a spray of sand into the crowd, stinging eyes and making the conspirators cough like dragon-breathing actors on a low-budget fantasy set. The gods' wrath, or perhaps just a very inconvenient weather pattern, painted the scene with irony thicker than a blockbuster movie's. special effects. Amenemhat's eyes narrowed, glittering with a mix of awe and the kind of irritation you feel when your favorite series gets cancelled mid-season. Then came the showdown, a clash of wills as dramatic as any Marvel finale, except with more sand and fewer CGI explosions. Amenemhat swung his ceremonial mace, its bronze head humming like a bass guitar riff, while the conspirators brandished their scarlet scepters, each crackling with the faint hiss of angry cicadas. Sparks flew, the storm's rain hissed against the stone, and the scent of wet limestone mingled with the lingering smell of fermented dates. The priests chanted, their voices rising above the chaos like a karaoke bar on a pirate ship, demanding the color be stripped from the royal wardrobe forever. In the end, the crimson robes unraveled like a badly wound sweater, falling to the ground in a heap of fabric and shame. When the clouds finally sighed and the sun peeked out, it did so with a cheeky grin, as if to say, "You tried to outcolor me, but I'm still the original blockbuster." Pharaoh Amenemhat, drenched but defiant, declared that only the sacred whites and golds of the sun would adorn his court, sealing the ban with a decree stamped in hieroglyphic emojis of sun and no entry signs. The conspirators slunk away, their heads as red as the blushing sunset, wondering whether they'd just been outdressed by a deity or simply outwitted by a clever PR team. The crowd erupted in applause, the sound ringing like 1,000 tiny cymbals, while street vendors offered free figs to celebrate the restored order. And so, the color crimson was relegated to the battlefield and funeral rites, never again to grace the palace's glittering banquets, proving that in ancient Egypt, fashion truly was a matter of divine survival. The sun bled orange over the palace courtyard as the pharaoh's emissary unfurled a fresh papyrus, its ink as dark as midnight Nile mud. The decree thundered. The cursed hue, once a glimmering jade that turned courtiers into stone statues, could now only flicker in the sacred rites of Osiris, never again to drape a royal torso. Servants gasped, clutching their straw sandals, while the scent of incense rose like a smoky alarm bell. Even the palace cats, those furred gossip mongers, swiped at the scroll with whiskered disdain, as if to say, no more ridiculous fashion disasters. Next, the remaining colors were hoisted onto a divine hierarchy, each assigned a rank worthy of a celestial bureaucracy. Crimson became the first lieutenant of blood, reserved for battle banners and the pharaoh's war cloak, while gold was promoted to Grand Vizier of Sun, shimmering on ceremonial crowns and the throne's gilded rails. Sapphire slipped into the role of Lieutenant of Depth, perfect for the night watch armor that glistened like a pool of midnight cheese. The humble ochre was demoted to quartermaster of dust, used only for the workers' linen, and the palace cooks were told to treat it with the same reverence as a well-cooked stew. With the color order restored, the kingdom hummed back into rhythm like a drum circle at a desert rave. The palace doors creaked open to reveal corridors awash in sanctioned shades, the air thick with the tang of fresh papyrus and sizzling lamb kebabs. Courtiers practiced their new dress code, their silk robes rustling like leaves caught in a gossip storm, while the royal perfumer sprayed a fragrant mist of jasmine and sandalwood that clung to the stone like a clingy fan. Even the river Nile seemed to chuckle, its waters reflecting the newly approved palette with a wink that reminded everyone that the ancient gods still had a sense of style. Legends of the forbidden color spread faster than a cat video on a Nile-flooded tablet, sealing its ban forever in tavern tales and bedtime stories. Parents warned their children, if you wear that shade, you'll end up looking like a mummy's Instagram filter, stiff, dusty, and terribly out of focus. The pharaoh, perched on his throne like a reluctant superhero, smiled slyly, knowing the irony of wielding power through a wardrobe code. Some pranksters whispered that the cursed hue now lived in a secret vault, guarded by a grumpy scarab who swore it tasted like bitter hibiscus tea. So the kingdom marched forward, its banners fluttering in orderly colors, each stitch a reminder that even ancient rulers had to play dress code police. The palace musicians struck a jaunty tune on lyres, the notes dancing like mischievous hieroglyphs across the walls. Visitors left with a lingering smell of spiced figs and a newfound respect for the pharaoh's sartorial vigilance, because nothing says we mean business like a royal edict that bans a shade as boldly as a spoiler alert for a blockbuster movie. And somewhere, deep beneath the palace floor, the cursed hue waits, dreaming of a comeback that will probably involve a very confused tick-tock challenge. The whispering market hums like a living tapestry, stalls clattering under a sun that glints off copper roofs and the occasional sapphire banner. Merchants shout over the clamor, their voices mixing with the scent of spiced figs, fresh rain on stone, and a distant whiff of incense that tastes like forgotten prayers. In the heart of this chaos, young Myra, an apprentice apothecary with ink-stained fingers, weaves between crates, her satchel jingling with glass vials like tiny bells. She pauses at a corner where shadowed silhouettes barter in hushed tones, her curiosity flickering like a candle in a drafty chapel. There, beneath a tattered awning, a stall glows with a forbidden green light, its sign creaking garlic, the vampire's bane, in flourished script that looks like a pirate's map. Myra leans in, and the air erupts with the pungent punch of raw garlic. a smell so fierce it knocks the wind out of her nostrils and makes her eyes water like a weeping statue. The vendor, a wiry man with a scar shaped like a crescent moon, slides a bulb across the counter, whispering, "For those brave enough to taste rebellion." She snatches it, feeling the weight of cloves like tiny grenades, and wonders if she's just stumbled onto the culinary equivalent of the infinity gauntlet. Before she can tuck the bulb into her coat, a voice cuts through the market din like a silvered blade. High Priestess Kelara, draped in robes that shimmer with threads of gold, steps forward, her sandals echoing against the stone like a metronome. Myra, child of herbs, you tread upon the sacred law of not eating garlic near temples, she intones, eyes flashing with the fire of an ancient prophecy, and a hint of exasperated, motherly sigh. The crowd parts, and the scent of frankincense swirls around the priestess, masking the garlic's assault with holy calm. Kelara gestures to a marble column adorned with carvings of dragons, reminding everyone that even the gods sneezed when a garlic clove once rolled into their banquet hall. Myra feels the tug of two worlds, the sizzling thrill of forbidden flavor versus the weighty silence of tradition. Like a Jedi, contemplating the dark side after binge, watching a Marvel marathon, she bites the garlic, the sharp bite exploding like fireworks in her mouth, while the priestess mutters a warning that sounds suspiciously like a spoiler for a cursed sequel. Around them, merchants gasp, children giggle, and a street performer mimics a dragon sneezing, causing a cascade of laughter that masks the underlying tension. The market's rhythm quickens, drums beating faster, as vendors debate whether to sell the herb or surrender to the sacred decree. Each argument as pungent as the garlic itself. In the end, Myra stands at the crossroads of incense and onion, her hand trembling over the bulb. The crowd holding its breath like a theater audience before the final act. Kelara's eyes soften, hinting that perhaps the law is less about the bulb than about the intention behind it. A subtle nod to the idea that even saints have cravings. The wind picks up, scattering garlic skins across the cobblestones, and a stray cat darts past, its whiskers twitching as if tasting destiny. As the sun dips behind the temple spires, the whispering market settles into a low murmur, leaving us to wonder whether the real rebellion was the scent of curiosity itself. Myra slipped through the marble arches of the sun-kissed shrine, as if she were a stray cat chasing a moth. The ancient oil lamps flickered, casting amber ghosts on the stone, while a hidden pouch of cloves and rosemary rattled against a forbidden bulb of garlic she'd smuggled from the market. She lifted the pungent clove, inhaled its sharp bite, and with a grin that would make a pirate blush, popped it into her mouth. The garlic cracked like a tiny fireworks display, sending a vapor of onion-kissed rebellion into the cool air. Little did she know the shrine's air censers, made of spirit, woven wind, weighed every scent like a nosy neighbor. As the garlic's aroma unfurled, a subtle but unsettling aura drifted through the sanctuary, turning the incense smoke a bruised violet. The guardian spirits, cloaked in silvery mist, began to stir, their ethereal eyebrows raising in collective disbelief. A low hum rose from the stone pillars, sounding like a chorus of disgruntled choir boys who had just discovered the karaoke machine. Moss on the steps shivered as if it were being tickled by invisible fingers, and the sacred bells chimed a discordant note that made even the pigeons pause mid-coo. The shrine, usually as serene as a monk's morning tea, now smelled like a rogue kitchen, and the old stone floor seemed to sigh in exasperation. From the shadows emerged Kelara, the temple's guardian, her robes rippling like midnight wallpaper, and her eyes flashing the color of freshly forged steel. Myra, she intoned, voice resonant as a drum roll in a superhero movie. The sacred law forbids garlic within a stone's breath. You have summoned a culinary rebellion. She stepped forward, each footfall echoing like a courtroom gavel, demanding the herb be cast out or the law be upheld. The air thickened, the scent of garlic battling the holy incense in a culinary tug of war that could have been a cooking show finale. With a hand outstretched, Kelara offered a choice. Obey the ancient decree or forfeit the herb's healing power that Myra coveted for her ailing brother. Myra's stomach twisted like a pretzel, torn between the fierce desire to mend her brother's cracked ribs and the dread of igniting the spirit's wrath. She remembered the old village healer who once whispered that garlic could chase away even the deadliest of fevers, like a superhero cape for the immune system. Yet the notion of breaking a law older than the hills felt as uncomfortable as wearing socks with sandals at a royal banquet. Her mind flickered, recalling a scene from The Princess Bride, where the hero chooses love over the law. She let out a nervous chuckle that bounced off the marble. The garlic clove, still lodged between her teeth, pulsed like a tiny, defiant drumbeat, with a sudden breath that smelled of both incense and rebellion. Myra flung the garlic onto the altar, where it burst into a sizzle of golden sparks, startling the guardian spirits like a flash mob in a monastery. Kelara's eyes widened, her stern mask cracking into a grin that hinted at admiration for Myra's audacity. After all, even the gods appreciate a good plot twist. The shrine's aura settled into a smoky, fragrant compromise, the scent of garlic now woven into the holy incense like a secret spice in a royal stew. Myra bowed, accepting the price of a healed brother and a newly earned title, the defiant apothecary of the temple. And as the bells rang, the whole courtyard echoed with a chorus of "Ain't no law that can stop a good garlic roast." The great marble doors of the Temple of Whispering Winds creaked open as the council gathered, their robes rustling like ancient parchment in a windstorm. Lanterns flickered, casting amber halos over the polished stone, while a thick veil of incense fought, a stubborn garlic perfume wafting from Myra's satchel. The high arbiter slammed his gavel, a wooden clang that sounded suspiciously like a bad karaoke note, declaring the trial of scent officially open. Murmurs rose like a crowd at a football match, half cheering, half clutching their noses in righteous disgust. Amidst the clatter, Myra stepped forward, clutching a bundle of cloves that glimmered like tiny amber grenades. Myra unfurled the parchment of her argument, citing ancient scrolls that described garlic as a protector against malevolent spirits, not a sacrilege. She sliced a bulb with a silver knife, releasing a pungent blast that made the counselors' eyes water, as if they'd just watched the finale of a tragic soap opera. The smell curled around the altar, dancing with the incense like a mischievous cat on a silk rug, and the elder custodians sniffed, wincing as though bitten by a vampire on a diet. She whispered that the same aroma could heal wounds, repel disease, and even calm restless children. A claim as bold as suggesting the force works better with garlic. A tiny dragon statue perched on the dais shook its stone head, apparently judging the culinary justice. Suddenly, the high windows shattered, not with glass, but with shimmering visions that swirled like a kaleidoscope of forgotten festivals. Myra saw herself walking through a market where stalls of garlic turned to golden coins, and the crowd cheered louder than a stadium, chanting for a home run. A phantom butcher waved a cleaver, demanding she abandon her fragrant crusade, his voice a wet slap of oil in a pan. Unfazed, Myra lifted her arms, feeling the heat of the visions like a summer barbecue, and declared that scent could be a shield, not a scar. The omen cracked like a popcorn kernel, sending a shower of fragrant sparks that settled on the counselors' cloaks, making them smell oddly like roasted potatoes. The elders huddled like a committee of weathered gamers, debating the rules of an ancient board game, throwing out theories that the garlic ban originated from a prank by a mischievous monk who once sneezed during a prayer. One elder, half blind, claimed the law was etched in the very bricks, citing a footnote that read, "No allium shall cross the threshold, lest the gods develop bad breath." Their debate crackled with irony, each argument sharper than a chef's knife, and a younger scribe whispered that perhaps the law was just a marketing ploy to sell more incense. Laughter rippled through the hall as someone likened the whole ordeal to the movie The Avengers, Age of Garlic, where heroes fought over who could smell the most heroic. Yet beneath the jokes, a serious undercurrent pulsed like a drumbeat, reminding everyone that breaking the law could summon a curse worse than a bad Netflix binge. When the final gavel fell, it resonated like a bass drum in a rock concert, and the High Arbiter lifted Myra's garlic bundle, pronouncing it a symbol of renewed balance. He declared that garlic could indeed be used on temple grounds, provided it was offered with reverence, like a peace offering to a particularly picky deity. The crowd erupted, half cheering, half clutching scented handkerchiefs, as the air swirled with a mingling of incense, garlic, and the faint scent of victory. Myra bowed, feeling the weight of centuries settle on her shoulders like a warm, slightly oily shawl. As the council dispersed, the temple's walls seemed to sigh, releasing a tiny puff of breath that smelled faintly of roasted garlic and, oddly enough, fresh popcorn. The high priests had gathered on the stone terrace, their robes fluttering like moth-winged banners under the night sky. Burning incense spiraled upward, painting the air with the sweet, resinous scent of cedar and frankincense, while the sacred law of not eating garlic near temples glowed on the marble slab like a stern street sign. Myra, the village's reluctant apothecary, stood at the edge, clutching a rust-stained kettle of bubbling liquid that reeked of cloves and something unmistakably garlicky. She knew the law forbade any allium within a stone's stride of the holy veil, a rule older than the temple's foundation, and as unforgiving as a bureaucrat's audit. Yet the feverish drumbeats of the ceremony already sounded like a marching band headed straight for disaster. Without warning, a pall of sickness descended on the crowd, turning whispered prayers into guttural coughs that rattled the marble columns. Faces flushed a ghastly green, eyes rolled like marbles, and the smell of rot mixed with incense, creating a perfume only a plague could concoct. Mothers clutched their children, the elders gasped for breath, and the high priest's voice cracked like an old vinyl record trying to sing a hymn. The plague seemed to feast on hope, gnawing at every corner, until even the temple's guardian statues looked as if they wanted to sprout a mask. In the chaos, Myra felt a prickling certainty that the only thing sharper than death's scythe was the scent of fresh garlic. With trembling hands, Myra uncorked the elixir, a molten amber that hissed and sputtered like a dragon with indigestion. She poured a spoonful into the air, and the pungent aroma of crushed garlic surged, slamming the nostrils of onlookers into a bewildered, watery stare. The crowd recoiled as if the scent were 1,000 tiny spears, while a few brave youths giggled whispering garlic breath, the new incense. In a tone half reverent, half sarcastic, Myra shouted that the elixir could purge the pestilence. Its alchemical power derived from the very plant the law forbade, turning the taboo into a potential cure. The high priest's eyebrows arched, his robes rustling like a popcorn bag, as he contemplated whether divine wrath could be outsmelled. As the incense flames leapt higher, their golden tongues licked the night, casting flickering shadows that made the temple's protective veil ripple like a nervous cat's fur. From behind the veil emerged ghostly figures, spirits with eyes like glowing coals, demanding a tribute to silence the plague. Their voices echoed through the stone deep, resonant, and oddly reminiscent of a 1980s synth pop chorus, insisting that no one who broke the garlic law could be spared. The spirits waved skeletal hands, pointing at Myra, and whispered that a sacrifice of pure, ungarliced blood would appease them, as if the universe had just turned into a cosmic courtroom. The air grew thick with tension, the scent of incense battling the raw, earthy pungency of garlic in a duel that would make any perfume maker weep. Myra stared at the glowing veil, her heart thudding like a war drum, and considered the absurdity of choosing between a law written in dusty parchment and a community on the brink of annihilation. With a half smile that tasted of irony, she lifted the kettle, declared that if you can't beat the law, you might as well bake it into a casserole, and poured the elixir into the sacred basin, letting the garlic steam rise like a rebellious incense. The spirits shivered, the veil quivered, and a hush fell, broken only by a distant rooster crowing as if cheering the rebellion. Miraculously, the plague's grip loosened, fevered throats cleared, and the crowd erupted in cheers that sounded like a stadium wave at a superhero movie premiere. Myra walked away, her robes stained with garlic oil, knowing she had broken the ancient rule, yet saved her people. Proof that sometimes the only true law is the one that keeps you alive. In the shadow of the alabaster spires of Thalara, the sacred law of not eating garlic near temples loomed like a sourpuss deity, forbidding even the faintest whiff of the pungent bulb within a stone's throw. The decree had been born centuries ago, when a rogue alchemist tried to season a sacrificial stew, and the incense turned into a stinky cloud that made the priests retch for days. Market stalls smelled of sandalwood, fig, and the occasional nervous whiff of cilantro. But garlic was locked away in iron chests, as if it were a rebellious teenager's diary. Citizens whispered that the law kept the gods pure, yet the poorer quarters choked on a relentless cough that seemed to march in step with the temple bells. It was a grim, smoky tableau, dusty cobblestones, clacking sandals, and the ever-present ache of a city yearning for a miracle. Then Myra, a streetwise healer with hands as steady as a surgeon's, and a heart big enough to house the whole city's grief, slipped a handful of blessed rosemary into the ailing mother's broth. Daring the law's invisible leash, the broth fizzed, releasing a fragrant steam that curled like a mischievous dragon. And as the woman inhaled, her fever shattered like a glass goblet dropped on marble. Word spread faster than gossip at a royal banquet. Myra had turned a forbidden herb into a life-saving elixir, and the sick began to rise, coughing up the ash of old curses. The crowd gasped, some swearing they heard the distant hum of a lute from a tavern. The sound of silence, they joked, because suddenly silence meant no more wheezing. Even the high priests, draped in gold-threaded robes, felt a tickle of envy and awe, as if they'd just been given front-row tickets to a miracle show. The spirits that roamed the marble hallways, ancient, sardonic, and oddly fond of garlic-free cuisine, materialized in a swirl of incense smoke, their luminous eyes flickering like vintage TV screens. They listened to the clamor, tasted the sweet perfume of Myra's broth, and, in a collective sigh that sounded suspiciously like a sigh after a bad sequel, decided the law needed a rewrite. With a flourish worthy of a superhero cape, the chief spirit etched a new clause on the temple's stone tablet. Garlic may enter, but only in purified, sanctified form, lest the gods develop a taste for teenage drama. The amendment glimmered, and the old ban cracked like a hard-boiled egg, letting out a faint, aromatic puff that made the city's pigeons coo in approval. Ironically, the very law that once banished garlic now embraced it, proving that even divine bureaucracy can be swayed by a good soup. The city erupted in a carnival of colors, drums beating like the heart of a dragon, and vendors unfurled banners that read garlic, now certified holy. Streets filled with the sizzling sound of pan-fried cloves, their golden skins crackling as if they were gossiping about the old priest's haircuts. Children ran with garlicky breath that made the elders wince, yet the scent mingled with jasmine and incense, creating a perfume that was part triumph, part terrible breath. Myra stood on the temple steps, her cloak swaying, and shouted, "Let's toast to healing. Just don't forget to floss." While a stray dog held a howl reminiscent of the Star Wars theme, adding an odd, cinematic flair. The night sky glittered with lanterns, each ember flickering like a tick-tock video of the gods doing a cheeky dance, sealing the new covenant in light and laughter. As the moon dipped behind the spires, the revised sacred law was read aloud, its words ringing clear as a crystal goblet clink at a banquet. The people felt a warm tug in their chests, a reminder that tradition can bend with without breaking. Much like a yoga master in a superhero cape, Myra's name was etched into the annals, beside heroes who once stole the moon or taught cats to play chess, because why not? The city's breath, now tinged with a faint, savory note, promised future generations a harmony where reverence and remedy walked hand in hand, like two best friends sharing a garlic-buttered popcorn. And so, under a sky scented with hope and a sprinkle of roasted cloves, the new covenant lingered, a living myth that whispered, even the gods need a good alibi for a snack. The sun crept over the limestone cliffs of Lyra's like a lazy cat, spilling amber over the terraced fields. At the first rooster's crow, the village spilled onto the central cobblestones, each family clutching a single handful of golden grain. Elder Sellers, his beard as tangled as old vines, lifted his gnarled staff and announced the daily offering, a modest tax that had been etched into law as surely as the river cuts the valley. He called it the gift to the earth spirit, but the people whispered that it was really just a way to keep the council's pantry from turning into a hole. The air tasted of damp soil and fresh barley, a scent that promised both bounty and bureaucracy. Among the crowd, young Curran stood with his jaw set like a wheat stalk in a storm, half amused, half annoyed. He had borrowed his father's scythe and his mother's stubbornness, and the idea of handing over a handful of his own seed felt like gifting his future to a deity that never sent a thank you note. His hands trembled, not from fear, but from the cold bite of morning dew that clung to his sleeves like a mischievous pixie. He muttered under his breath, if this spirit wants my grain, I hope it at least likes popcorn. Yet, despite the sarcasm, Curran obeyed, slipping the grain into the communal bowl with the same resigned grace as a Netflix binge watcher hits. Next episode, the bowl carved from a single slab of basalt and polished by generations of foot traffic, glowed with a dull, earthen hue as the grains settled. When Elder Sellers whispered the ancient chant, the wind rustled the wheat tops, sounding like 1,000 tiny applause from unseen stalks. A faint mist rose from the offering, smelling of earthworms and sweet honey, an aroma so potent it made the villagers' eyes water and their stomachs grin. The earth spirit, unseen but felt, seemed to pulse beneath their boots, sending a gentle tremor that tickled the soles of their feet. In that moment, the community's individual worries, crop rot, rainstorms, the occasional goat that escaped its pen, merged into a single, humming promise of shared fortune. Ironically, the daily tax felt less like pious devotion and more like a subscription service for divine Wi-Fi. If the earth spirit were a streaming platform, today's offering would be the basic plan. One handful, no ads, but unlimited field protection. The villagers chuckled, recalling how the council once tried to raise a grain tax too, with extra kernels, only to have the goats eat the paperwork. Even Curran cracked a smile, realizing the ritual was less about appeasing a capricious god and more about keeping everyone's hands dirty together. The humor didn't erase the seriousness. Just as a joke about a dragon doesn't make the fire any less hot, the offering still bound them to the land's fickle moods. When the sun reached its apex, the fields glistened like a sea of green, each stalk standing tall as if proud of the tiny tribute left behind. Elder Sellers lifted his staff aloft, and the crowd felt a warm thrum travel up their spines, a silent promise that the earth would guard their harvest. Curran tucked the last handful of grain into his satchel, his skepticism softened by the faint rustle of leaves that sounded suspiciously like applause. He walked home with soil staining his boots, the taste of barley still lingering on his tongue, and a grin that hinted he might actually name his first child Offer. Thus the modest daily tax, born of duty and a dash of bureaucracy, sprouted into the valley's most reliable shield, a seed of duty that grew with every sunrise. The relentless sun baked the hills like a giant oven, and the river that once sang through the valley reduced to a sputtering whisper of water. Dust rose in lazy spirals, coating the thatched roofs with a gritty ochre blanket that smelled of dried chilies and old sweat. Children clutched cracked earth in their hands, the grit sticking to their fingers like stubborn popcorn. Even the cicadas seemed to have taken a vacation, leaving only the creak of wooden doors and the low moan of the wind through dead reeds. In the distance, a lone goat bleated, its voice echoing across the parched plain like a forlorn trumpet solo. Around the communal fire, the villagers whispered about abandoning the offering, their voices trembling like the last leaves on a dying tree. They feared the tiny tax, just a handful of milled barley each dawn, was siphoning the last crumbs of their meager stores, turning hope into a sourdough crust. Old man Jorah muttered, "We can't keep feeding the gods while our pantries look like a minimalist Instagram aesthetic, empty and stylish." A nervous laugh rippled through the crowd as someone compared their plight to a low-budget sci-fi drama where the hero forgets to charge the spaceship battery. Yet the scent of burnt incense lingered, mocking their doubts with the promise of something larger than a few grain kernels. Curran, the village's unofficial philosopher clown, stepped forward, brandishing a wilted sprig of rosemary like a microphone for a stand-up routine. He argued that the ritual might be the only thread holding the land's favor, a slender rope that kept the angry sky from pulling the clouds into an endless Netflix binge of drought. "Imagine," he said, If we stop feeding the earth's mood, she'll swap our crops for a plot twist worthy of Game of Thrones, except nobody wins, and the dead keep coming back as weeds. His eyes glittered with mischief, yet the seriousness of his tone made the firelight dance on his face like a truth serum. The villagers listened, torn between the bitter taste of survival and the sweet, absurd hope that a tiny tax could coax the clouds back. Elder Maya, whose memory stored more legends than the village library, recounted the story of the first offering, when a wandering monk tossed a single seed onto the cracked soil, and the earth shivered as if giggling. She described how rain had risen that night, pouring down like a busted water balloon at a toddler's birthday party, soaking the thirsty fields and washing away the smell of dung and desperation. The tale, wrapped in humor and humility, reminded everyone that miracles often come dressed in the humblest of garments, like a ragged cloak that still keeps you warm. Yet the irony lingered. The same offering that saved them once now felt like a tax collector with a smile. Still, Maya's chuckle, dry as parchment, suggested that perhaps the true power lay not in the grains, but in the collective belief that they could coax a miracle out of misery. When dawn cracked open, the villagers gathered the modest handful of barley, dropping it into the shallow stone basin. As the sun's first rays turned the dust into liquid gold, a soft rustle rose from the ground, and far beyond the hilltops, a distant rumble grew louder, like the bass line of a forgotten 80s rock anthem. Clouds, once shy, gathered in a conspiratorial cluster, spilling cool water that smelled of petrichor and fresh lettuce. The fields drank greedily. The river groaned back to life, and even the goat let out a jubilant bleat that sounded suspiciously like a victory shout. As the villagers laughed, drenched and muddy, they realized that the tiny tax had been less a theft and more a secret handshake with the land, sealing a pact that would echo through every future drought. When the village elder unfurled the brittle omen, an ink-stained goat skin that read, "Beneath the grain, water shall rise," Curran snorted, half amused, half skeptical. Myra, the priestess with hair braided like river reeds, traced the faded glyphs with reverent fingertips, feeling the pulse of ancient warning. They trekked to the stone altar, the air heavy with smoky incense and the sour tang of fermenting barley. As they placed the first handful of golden grain, a low rumble echoed from the altar's base, like a dishwasher in a cavern. The ground shivered, and a cool, earthy scent burst forth, hinting that something beneath had finally awakened. Below the altar, a seam of stone cracked open, spilling crystal-clear water that sang a bubbly lullaby reminiscent of a leaky faucet in a wizard's bathroom. The spring's surface glimmered with dew-kissed algae, casting rainbow speckles on the worn flagstones. Curran dunked his calloused hand, feeling the slick chill that made his teeth chatter like a nervous narrator in a horror movie. Myra whispered a blessing, and the water surged higher, drenching the grain in a silvery cascade that smelled of fresh rain and sweet loam. The villagers gasped, realizing that the humble daily tax of grain was the key that unlocked the hidden reservoir. Word of the miracle traveled faster than a gossiping sparrow, and the neighboring tribe of Verk caught wind of the spring's bounty while polishing their spears. Their chieftain, a hulking fellow named Grawl, who smelled perpetually of burnt meat, declared that water was a right, not a gift, and ordered night raids on Curran's village. Under a moon as thin as a slice of cheese, Verk warriors crouched behind bramble thickets, their boots squelching in mud that reeked of pig manure. They crept to the altar, hoping to steal the spring's secret, only to be startled by the sudden splash of water that sprayed their faces like an unexpected shower at a rock concert. The sudden soak sent them sputtering, their armor clanking like a broken kazoo, and they fled, drenched and embarrassed. Back at the hearth, Curran laughed, rubbing the water from his eyes, and declared, "Who knew a grain tax could be more useful than a warlord's paycheck?" Myra nodded, her eyes glittering, and suggested they raise a toast with the spring water, dubbing it the liquid ledger. The villagers cheered, sloshing their cups, the sound rising like a chorus of clinking mugs in a tavern scene from a medieval sitcom. They reinforced the altar with stones inscribed with the omen, ensuring that each daily grain would continue to summon the spring's life-giving gush. The irony was palpable. A modest, almost comical offering now guarded their fields, while the Verk's greed had left them soaked and scheming. In the weeks that followed, the spring's steady flow turned the once parched fields into a riot of emerald stalks, their rustling whispering thanks to the daily grain tribute. Verk, chastened by their drenched defeat, sent a peace offering a herd of goats wearing festive ribbons, signaling that they'd learned the value of humility over theft. Curran and Myra accepted, sharing a hearty laugh as the goats mooed in chorus, sounding suspiciously like a chorus line from a 90s musical. The hidden reservoir became a legend, its secret guarded not by swords, but by the simple, rhythmic clink of grain being tossed onto stone. And so, the village thrived, proving that sometimes the smallest tax can protect the biggest harvest, with a splash of irony to keep history interesting. When the marauding horde thundered over the hill, the villagers stood shoulder to shoulder, clutching wooden stakes like an unlikely Avengers assembly. Their chants rose above the clatter of armor, a steady drumbeat of devotion that echoed through the thatch-roofed huts. Each dawn they had slipped a copper coin into the communal jar, a tiny tax they called the daily offering, as ordinary as a sock, but as sacred as a royal seal. The raiders sneered, believing the peasants' piety was as weak as wilted lettuce, while the old women whispered that stubborn faith could move mountains, or at least a hidden spring. The sky bruised with storm clouds, and the earth seemed to hold its breath, waiting for a cue. At the moment the first spear hit the village gate, the ground shivered like a kettle about to boil, and the hidden spring burst forth with a roar that could drown a choir. Water surged up through cracked stones, spilling over the fields in a glittering tsunami of life, giving liquid. The scent of wet earth rose, sweet and sharp, mixing with the iron tang of sweat and blood, while frogs emerged like tiny, soggy soldiers ready for battle. The earth spirit, a hulking figure, half tree, half storm, chuckled low, its voice rumbling like distant thunder, and oddly reminiscent of a bass line in a 90s video game. Villagers slipped their sandals off, let the cold rush wash over them, and felt the ancient promise flow straight into their throats. The flood turned the attackers' gleaming swords into rusted relics, as if the water had taken a swipe at their pride with an invisible metal corroding wand. Metal clanged against metal, then went quiet, the sound muffled by the roar of the water, like a misplaced cymbal in a marching band. Raiders flailed, slipping on slick mud that smelled of fresh rot and algae, their shouts turning into sputtered curses that bounced off soggy reeds. Some tried to march forward, only to be caught in a whirlpool that dragged their helmets away like a mischievous cat snatching yarn. By the time the tide settled, the battlefield resembled an avant-garde, painting splashes of mud, tangled swords, and the occasional glint of a copper coin bobbing on the surface. When the waters receded, the fields lay carpeted in a shimmering veil of green, each stalk of wheat standing taller than a giant's eyebrows. The air was thick with the perfume of ripe grain, and the faint, comforting aroma of boiled potatoes that the women had already begun to prepare, as if the drought had never existed. Bees buzzed back to work, their hum a lively soundtrack to the renewed harvest, while the soil, now soft and dark, whispered promises of bounty to any ear that would listen. Children splashed in puddles, their laughter bubbling like fresh spring water, and even the village dog, a crusty mutt named Brutus, shook off mud with a shake that sprayed droplets like a sprinkler gone rogue. The once parched horizon now glowed golden, a living promise that the earth spirit had indeed answered the villagers' unwavering devotion. Later, when the last raider limped away, nursing a rust-caked blade and a bruised ego, the elders gathered around the copper jar and raised a toast to the daily offering. Who would have thought a petty tax could trigger a flood of blessings? They joked, winking, as if sharing a secret meme about tiny contributions turning into epic wins. The villagers laughed, realizing that their modest coin had been the key that unlocked the spring's gate, the humble lever in a cosmic lever arm. They sang a song that mixed reverence with a pinch of irony, reminding future generations that even the smallest drip can become a torrent when the spirits are watching. And as the night fell, fireflies flickered like ancient emojis, spelling out a simple truth: devotion, a dash of humor, and a copper coin can move mountains, or at least resurrect a drought-stricken field. The valley unfurled like a sun-kissed tapestry, rows of barley shimmering in amber ribbons that stretched to the horizon. Children chased wind-tossed wheat stalks, their laughter echoing off the stone walls of the ancient granaries. Elders raised their cups of fermented apple cider, toasting the harvest that exceeded even the most hopeful prophecies. The air swirled with the sweet perfume of ripe fruit and the earthy bite of fresh soil, as if the land itself were humming a victory hymn. In that golden moment, the folk renewed their solemn pledge to the daily offering, knowing the tiniest tribute had turned a precarious season into a banquet of plenty. It all began with a modest tax, a single copper grain for each bundle of seed, a fee so tiny it could have been the price of a single scroll in a wizard's market. Folks grumbled at first, comparing it to the modern inconvenience of a $1 per download app charge. But the council whispered that even a mouse can tip the scales of fate. When the first storm rolled in that year, the levee funded a new network of irrigation channels that channeled rain like a giant, benevolent sponge. The drought-prone fields, once as cracked as an old parchment, drank deeply and swelled with vigor. Ironically, the tax behaved like a superhero cape, unseen, but saving the day when the villainous winds threatened to steal the grain. Every dawn, the villagers gathered at the shrine, clutching their copper pieces like tiny suns. The clink of metal on stone rang out, a rhythmic percussion that blended with the rooster's crow and the distant moo of grateful cows. Smoke curled from fragrant incense. It sent a spicy blend of sage and burned rosemary that tickled the nostrils and seemed to coax the crops to stand taller. Hands, rough from labor, laid the offerings with reverent slaps, each gesture sealing a pact between humankind and the unseen spirit of the earth. In that moment, the mundane tax transformed into a ritual dance, as lively as a medieval tavern jig, and as sacred as a knight's oath. Soon, the daily tribute became the glue that bound the community, a shared secret handshake that reminded everyone they were part of something larger than the market stalls and gossip lanes. Farmers swapped stories of bumper yields while sipping spiced tea, laughing that their subscription fee kept the barns brimming. Much like a Netflix binge keeps the couch occupied, the spirit of the land, once a distant myth, now whispered through the rustle of corn, urging cooperation and caution in equal measure. Irony draped itself over the valley like a mischievous goat, for the tiny tax, once mocked, now earned reverence, proving that even the smallest coin can command a kingdom of crops. The valley's chorus of gratitude rose, a symphony of voices, clinking pots, and rustling leaves, all tuned to the same grateful frequency. As the sun dipped behind the distant peaks, casting long amber shadows over the fields, the people lit lanterns that swayed like fireflies caught in a gentle breeze. They sang songs that blended ancient verses with a wink to modern heroes. May the force be with our harvest, invoking galaxies far beyond their hills, while still honoring the earth beneath their feet. The day's final offering was placed with hands trembling from joy, a shimmering token that glimmered like a star torn from the night sky. With each pledge renewed, the bond between community, spirit, and soil grew sturdier than the toughest oak, promising another season of abundance. And so the valley rested, cradled in a harmonious harvest, proof that a modest tax can sow miracles when hearts beat in unison. In the amber dawn of Namur, the city's spires clawed at a sky that smelled of boiled figs and hot metal. Lyra, priestess of the whispering veil, slipped through narrow alleys with a satchel of incense that hissed like a nervous cat. At the foot of the stone steps leading to the house of the dead, she uncovered a brittle parchment. Its ink faded to the color of dried blood. The decree shouted in a voice older than the citadel itself. No mortal shoe shall tread within these hallowed corridors. A shiver ran up her spine, as if the dead themselves were tugging at the hem of her robe. The house of the dead smelt of damp limestone and the sour tang of centuries old offering wine, a perfume that could curdle milk. Its columns, carved with snarling jackals, seemed to whisper hoots that curled around the flickering torchlight. Lyra traced the decree with a fingertip, feeling the rough fibers like the bark of a gnarled oak that had witnessed too many betrayals. The rule, etched in the same script that once described the city's founding myth, warned that shoes would awaken restless spirits, turning their sighs into angry rattles. A stray gust of wind rattled a loose stone, sending a chorus of tiny clinks that sounded suspiciously like someone stepping in wet sand. Except no one wore shoes here. Just as Lyra was about to seal the parchment with wax, a booming laugh cracked the silence like a cymbal in a jazz club. Joran, the flamboyant merchant with a turban that jingled like a bag of coins, swaggered in, his boots scuffing the marble with the confidence of a pop star on tour. He tossed a sack of exotic spices onto a stone bench, the scent of cumin and burnt sugar spiraling into Lyra's nostrils, and declared, "Shoes. Ha, that's the kind of superstition even the Ghostbusters would banish." He slipped his boot off, waving it like a flag, and planted it on the threshold, daring the ancestors to bite. Lyra's eyes narrowed. She could almost hear the dead rolling their eyeballs at his bravado, as if a cat watching a dog try to fetch a laser pointer. "Respect the whisper," Lyra said, her voice a low drumbeat, "or the dead will chew your souls like a midnight snack." Joran snorted, the sound echoing off the vaulted ceilings like a malfunctioning robot on a sitcom. He countered, "When I was 10, I wore shoes in my grandmother's attic, and nothing exploded, so I'm calling this a myth wrapped in moth-eaten robes." A chill seeped through the stone, and a faint moan rose from an unseen corner, as if the house itself were muttering, "Do not test us." The irony hung heavier than the incense smoke, because the only thing Joran truly feared was not losing his profit margin, not a phantom with an attitude problem. The air grew thick with the scent of damp earth and unspoken rivalry, each breath a battle flag flapping in the wind. Lyra tucked the decree beneath her cloak, its edges crinkling like the pages of a comic book, Hero's origin story. Joran, still polishing his boot with a rag that smelled faintly of old cheese, grinned and whispered, "May the best foot, spirit win." The house seemed to pulse, its ancient stones humming a low bass line that could rival any epic movie trailer. And so, under the watchful eyes of ancestors who'd seen empires rise and fall, the stage was set for a showdown where belief would stomp louder than any pair of shoes could ever hope to. Joran strutted toward the yawning maw of the House of the Dead, his polished sandals clinking like a misplaced Broadway tap number. The ancient stones beneath him smelled of damp rot and old incense, a perfume that would make most mortals wrinkle their noses. He smirked, convinced his skepticism could outshine the ghostly legends that clung to the place like cobwebs. With each step, the faint echo of his heels bounced off the vaulted arches, announcing his arrival like a clueless DJ at a funeral. The air grew colder, and a faint, uncanny shiver rippled through the lingering spirits, as if someone had just dropped a spoon into a pot of ectoplasmic soup. The resident specters, draped in tattered silks, and the stale scent of centuries-old tears flickered at Joran's audacity. A translucent hand brushed his shin, whispering a complaint that sounded like a busted vintage radio tuned to static. He laughed, shaking his head, and declared the rule against shoes a myth invented by overprotective grandmothers. A cold draft curled around his ankles, turning his polished sandals into slippery ice skates on a floor of melancholy. The murmurs grew louder, a chorus of sighs and snickering giggles that seemed to come from both the dead and the living who dared linger nearby. Lyra, the house's keeper and self-appointed etiquette guru, swooped in with a sigh that could wilt wilted roses. She clutched a dusty scroll titled The Rule Against Wearing Shoes Inside the House of the Dead, like a superhero's cape, pleading with Joran to respect the sanctity of the place. Her words dripped honeyed warning, describing how each shoe left behind stole a sliver of a spirit's peace, like a thief pinching the tail of a comet. Joran rolled his eyes, muttering that he had stepped on more cursed grounds than a video game boss in a cheat code frenzy. Yet the scent of incense grew sharper, tinged with the metallic tang of old blood, and Lyra's gaze hardened like a stone gargoyle. Stubbornness, like a stubborn mule, refused to be shooed away, and Joran dug his heels deeper into the cold marble. Each stubborn step sent ripples through the ether, stirring gossip among the living folk who gathered outside, their whispers resembling a marketplace rumor about a celebrity scandal. Meanwhile, the dead began to murmur louder, their sighs turning into full-blown wails that rattled the chandeliers, making dust dance like a rave in a mausoleum. Even the house itself seemed to protest, creaking floorboards that sounded like a squeaky wheelchair on a haunted subway. The whole scene brewed a potent cocktail of unrest, as if the afterlife had hired a PR firm to handle a PR disaster. Finally, the ancient doors shuddered, and a voice as ancient as the tombs themselves warned Joran that every shoe left behind adds a step to the ladder of his own doom. He blinked, half expecting a Marvel post-credit scene where a superhero would appear in spectral armor to fetch his sandals. But the house was merciless. The floor cracked, spilling a slurry of cold sweat and ghost pepper that stung his eyes. Lyra, with a sigh that now sounded like a triumph, pointed to a pile of discarded boots, each one a reminder that disrespect has a price. Joran, humbled and half wet, finally slipped off his sandals, feeling the chill of the stone kiss his bare feet, and the spirits let out a collective sigh of relief that sounded suspiciously like a chuckle from the universe. The great stone halls of the House of the Dead shivered, as if someone had turned the thermostat up to phantom. Candles hiccuped, spitting amber sputters that painted the walls with trembling silhouettes. A mournful wail slithered through the arches, sounding like a banshee on a bad karaoke night. Lyra stepped forward, the click of her polished boots echoing like clumsy tap shoes on a marble stage. The souls she wore were as foreign to the dead as a tick-tock dance at a medieval banquet. The spirits recoiled, their translucent forms curling like smoke around the offending footwear. A putrid scent of damp earth and old incense rose, mingling with the metallic tang of ancient iron, making Lyra's nose twitch in dismay. Shadows stretched, forming grotesque hands that seemed to snatch at the edges of her shoes, as if demanding an apology. Even the great stone gargoyle perched above let out a low groan, its granite jaw trembling like a low-budget horror movie soundtrack. Lyra could feel the house's disapproval prickling like static on her skin, urging her to retreat, or at least to remove the offending souls. Desperate, Lyra trudged to the archive wing, where the elder archivist, Master Orin, hunched over a mountain of brittle scrolls like a tired librarian on caffeine. He glanced up, eyes glinting with the amber glow of 1,000 forgotten candles, and asked, "What brings a sneaker-clad wanderer into the realm of the unshod?" Lyra explained the strange omens, her words punctuated by the squeak of her shoes on the cold floor. Orin chuckled, a dry sound that reminded her of dry leaves rustling in an empty crypt, and said the rule against shoes dates back to a betrayal, so foul it still stinks in the stone corridors. He motioned toward a cracked marble slab, whispering, "Come, let me unlace the old tale." He told of a warlord named Kale, a hulking brute who believed his thunderous boots were destiny itself. During a moonless rite, Kale stomped so hard that his iron-capped boots shattered the sacred seal, a shimmering obsidian circle that guarded the living from the dead's lingering curses. The crack echoed like a shattering laugh, and a black wind burst forth, swirling like a laundry dryer on spin cycle, dragging the seal's protective sigils into the abyss. From that moment onward, every footfall in the house became a potential trigger for a curse that would turn the living into whimpering apparitions. The elders, horrified, decreed that no mortal soul may ever tread the inner sanctum, lest the house remember Kale's clumsy encore. Now, as the candles flickered like nervous fireflies, Lyra stared at her own shoes, contemplating a dramatic removal worthy of a superhero landing. She slipped off the offending boots, letting them thud onto the stone with a sigh that sounded oddly like a sigh of relief from an overcooked souffle. The wail softened, the shadows curled back into polite, modest silhouettes, and the air cleared, leaving only the faint aroma of old parchment and fresh laundry, thanks to the house's newfound cleanliness. Orin winked, muttering, "Next time, wear socks. The dead love a good foot massage." And with that, Lyra stepped forward barefoot, feeling the cool stone kiss her soles, as if the house of the dead had finally given her a standing ovation. The ancient hall pulsed with the low thrum of chanting candles, shadows stretching like lanky dancers across stone walls. At the stroke of midnight, the air grew cold enough to bite the skin, and a chorus of spectral voices rose, demanding, "Bare your feet, mortal, before the dead." Joran, sandaled in his usual desert boots, felt the weight of every step turned to lead, as the spirit's eyes glowed like phosphorescent algae. Their ethereal fingers fluttered toward his soles, a silent tug of war between etiquette and survival. Panic fluttered in Joran's chest, hot as a furnace in a thrift store, and his mind flickered to the old house rule: never wear shoes inside the house of the dead. With a guttural laugh that sounded like a dying car alarm, he hurled his sandals at the altar, the leather screaming against cold marble. The impact cracked the ancient seal with a sound like 1,000 wine glasses shattering in a silent tavern. Splinters of sandal wood sprayed like confetti at a bad wedding, and a foul scent of stale incense and burnt rubber rose to meet the spirits. The broken seal emitted a jagged pulse, a neon bruise blooming across the vaulted ceiling. From the gaping wound poured a torrent of tormented souls, each a ragged wisp of grief that hissed and clawed like angry cats on a hot tin roof. They roared past the cracked altar, their cries a ragged choir that rattled the stone columns and made the chandeliers sway like drunken sailors. The swarm surged toward the city gates, a fog of sighs, rot, and the pungent odor of damp graveyard soil. Lanterns flickered, streets shivered, and a stray dog barked at nothing, its howl swallowed by the approaching wave of misery. Even the moon, a pale spectator, seemed to wince as the darkness thickened, turning night into a bruise. Lyra, the temple's keeper of sigils, sprang into action, her hands a blur of chalk and incense, chanting ancient verses that sounded suspiciously like a rap battle with the dead. Joran, panting, joined her, his sandals now a pile of charred debris he tossed aside like a bad mixtape. Together, they drew sigils in the air, each stroke sparking like fireworks at a 4th of July parade, trying to stitch the tear shut. The spirits howled in protest, their wails a mix of opera and the static of a badly tuned radio. But the pair pressed on, sweat dripping like melted wax onto the stone. As the final phrase rang out, a flash of blinding light sealed the breach, and the souls were sucked back, whimpering like cats forced into a vacuum cleaner. When the dust settled, Joran stood barefoot on the cold floor, feeling every pebble through the sole like a reminder that some rules are better left unbroken. Lyra laughed, wiping ink from her cheek, muttering that the next ceremony would include a no-shoe sign brighter than a Hollywood marquee. The altar, now scarred, resembled a battle-worn guitar, its strings still humming with residual power. as if it were ready to star in the next episode of Supernatural, Shoe Edition. The city's folk would later speak of the night the dead marched like a bad zombie TikTok trend. But they'd also whisper that the true horror was the smell of burnt sandal lingering in the market stalls, and somewhere a lone spirit still mutters, "Next time, take your shoes off," like an exasperated parent reminding you to clean your room. The great seal cracked open with a thunderous clang, and the wandering wraiths slunk back into the cracks of the underworld. Joran stood amid the echoing emptiness, his chest heaving like a drumbeat after battle. He slipped off his battered leather boots, the scent of sweat and ash rising from the worn soles. With a trembling bow, he placed his bare feet upon the cold stone threshold, swearing never to tread upon sacred ground again. The house of the dead shivered under a veil of ash-gray mist, its walls breathing the stale perfume of incense and decay. Every step on the flagstones sounded like a funeral march, each footfall stirring up dust that smelled of old iron and mildew. Joran's naked toes tingled against the chill, as if the floor itself whispered a warning. No shoes, no disrespect. He chuckled, recalling a bard's tale of a king who marched in polished sandals into a tomb and woke a curse. Ironic, like watching a meme about shoe-free zones go viral in a centuries-old crypt. Lyra, with eyes like polished obsidian, gathered the city's curious onlookers beneath the cracked arches. She spoke of the ancient rule, a simple line etched in copper tablets. Shoes disturb the dead's slumber, much like a loud ringtone at a funeral ruins the mood. Her words swirled like incense smoke, wrapping the crowd in reverence, and a pinch of embarrassment for their past blunders. The townsfolk laughed nervously, picturing themselves as clumsy hikers in haunted houses, yet felt a shiver of respect settle in their bones. By sunset, lanterns flickered as families placed polished wooden clogs at the entrance, a tribute as solemn as a knight laying down his sword. Children practiced the solemn shuffle, their bare feet patting softly on the stone, while mothers scolded them for the occasional squeak that sounded like a ghost's giggle. The market stalls traded fragrant herbs for foot soaks, and the baker offered free rye loaves to anyone who could keep their shoes off the holy threshold. A street bard strummed a lute, humming a tune about quiet steps, and even the city's grizzled blacksmith paused his hammering to listen, his boots left outside in reverent silence. When the moon rose high, casting silver shafts through cracked windows, the house of the dead seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Joran, still barefoot, felt the stone absorb his humility, the coolness seeping into his skin like a calm river. Lyra's wisdom had stitched a new tapestry of reverence, binding the living and the dead with a thread of quiet respect. And so the city learned that sometimes the loudest honor comes from the softest steps, a lesson louder than any battle cry and quieter than a Jedi mind trick. The first sigh of the Nile rose like a shy celebrity stepping onto a red carpet, and young priestess Nefertari stood on the sandy bluff, cheeks tinged with sunrise. The water gurgled and churned, dragging reeds, and the occasional stunned fish that flopped like soggy popcorn. A salty breeze carried the scent of mud and fresh papyrus, tickling her nose and making her think of a bath after a marathon. Khufu, the temple's seasoned priest, emerged from the shadows, his sandals slapping the packed earth with a rhythm that sounded suspiciously like a drum solo. He whispered that the river's pulse would set the kingdom's calendar, and Nefertari felt the weight of his words settle like silt on the riverbank. Khufu spread a reed-wrapped scroll across a slab of limestone, his fingers tracing the inked lines like a conductor coaxing a symphony. He announced, "When the flood peaks in August, the soil drinks its fill, and we sow barley before the sun-blistered months arrive." He pointed to a stone diagram where tiny gourds rose in concert with the water's retreat, each dot a promise of grain and grain-filled belly. The priest's voice rose over the chatter of workers hauling baskets of wet earth, turning the whole scene into a bustling marketplace of hope. Nefertari realized the Nile was not just a river, but the original project manager, scheduling planting, harvesting, and even festivals with the precision of a modern app. When the waters receded, the riverbanks turned into a plush carpet of dark, loamy earth, smelling sweetly of fermented lotus and fresh dung, a perfume only a farmer could love. Villagers gathered there, drums beating like heartbeats, and couples exchanged vows amid the sprouting wheat, believing the newborn crops would bless their union. Khufu explained that marrying during the first flush of fertility ensured the gods would water the marriage as they watered the fields, keeping love as abundant as barley stalks. The ceremony often involved tossing handfuls of mud at the bride and groom, a messy rite that left them looking like walking mud pies, but laughing louder than any hymn. In that sticky celebration, Nefertari sensed how the Nile turned romance into a seasonal contract, signed with mud, water, and a promise of plentiful harvest. Think of it as ancient Egypt's version of a dating app that only swipes right during the spring bloom. If you missed the window, you were stuck scrolling through a desert of single life. The priests kept a massive calendar carved into stone, flashing the available dates like a colossal billboard for love. Young men would line up, sweaty and hopeful, while the bride's family inspected their calves like talent scouts at a reality show, The Bachelor, Nile Edition. If the couple survived the mud splattering ceremony without choking on the scent of cow manure, they earned the blessing of the river and a year's worth of extra figs. The whole process was part romance, part agricultural contract, and part comedy. Because who wouldn't chuckle at newlyweds slipping on slick river reeds as the sun sank behind the cataracts, casting golden ribbons across the water? Nefertari bowed her head and felt the river's promise pulse beneath her sandals. She understood that the Nile's rhythm stitched together life, love, and labor, turning each flood into a calendar that even the gods could not refuse. The marriage season, locked to the river's sigh, reminded everyone that prosperity was a shared feast, not a solo banquet. In the hush that followed, the priests sang a low chant, echoing the ancient truth that wherever water flows, hearts will follow. And so the river kept its oath, delivering both grain and gossip for generations to come. When the Nile finally thinned, the mud-streaked banks turned gold, and the village erupted in a chorus of clattering drums and squealing goats. Women tossed baskets of barley into the air like confetti, the sweet scent of fresh grain mingling with the sour tang of river mud on their skin. Elders, faces weathered like papyrus, marked the day on the flood calendar with a charcoal slash, a reminder that the river's rhythm ruled everything, from planting to partying. Children chased each other through the rippling puddles, slipping on slime and shrieking with delight. The whole hamlet breathed a collective sigh, as if the earth itself had just finished a marathon and was now ready to celebrate the finish line. But beneath the jubilation, a younger drumbeat pulsed courting season, timed to the fleeting lull before the next surge. A Shah, with braids that smelled of chamomile tea, darted to the well where Malik waited, his shirt damp from the morning's heat, eyes brighter than a neon billboard. Their calendar, etched in stone, gave them a mere fortnight to win each other's favor before the waters rose again, turning fields into swift, moving highways of mud. They whispered promises over shared figs, the sticky juice staining their fingers like love's first graffiti. The urgency felt like waiting for the next season of a binge-worthy series. Every episode must end before the cliffhanger floods in. Rumors of a looming drought swirled like dust devils, gnawing at the villagers' confidence. Some claimed the river gods were on strike, demanding better pay in the form of more fish. Meanwhile, the Banu family, notorious for their competitive matchmaking, plotted to steal Malik's spotlight, offering a suitor who smelled of sandalwood and cheap perfume. Ashah's mother, armed with a wooden ladle and a tongue sharper than a scimitar, warned, "If the flood comes early, you'll be wading through your own wedding cake." The gossip market bustled louder than the market stalls, each gossip monger shouting louder than the last. Ironically, the drought talk made the flood seem more reliable than a Wi-Fi signal in a desert. In the evenings, the lovers met under the baobab, its bark rough as a vintage record, while fireflies flickered like tiny paparazzi snapping candid shots. They swapped jokes about how their future children would have to learn to swim before they could walk, a punchline that made their aunties laugh until they hiccuped barley water. A wandering bard, resembling a modern-day TikTok influencer, but with a lyre, sang of love that survived both drought and deluge. His melodies echoing off the mud-crusted walls. The scent of roasted maize drifted through the night, mingling with the earthy perfume of wet reeds, creating a perfume that could make even the stern priest smile. All the while, the calendar ticked down, each sand grain a reminder that time, like a stubborn camel, would not wait. When the first cloud of rain rolled in, the river swelled, and the villagers fled to higher ground, clutching bundles of harvest like treasured loot from a heist. Asha and Malik, hand in hand, raced up the riverbank, their hearts pounding louder than the drums that had ushered the festival. At the summit, under a sky ablaze with orange-pink clouds, they exchanged vows that smelled of mud, barley, and a dash of goat cheese, a scent that would forever remind them of this chaotic season of love. The flood surged behind them, washing away rival whispers and drought doubts, leaving only the echo of their laughter and the gentle lapping of water against stone. And so the harvest and hearts intertwined, proving that when nature sets the calendar, even the most stubborn souls learn to dance to its rhythm. The river that feeds Upper Egypt has turned miserably thin, a ribbon of mud instead of the roaring, life-giving torrent of legend. Farmers stare at cracked soil that smells of burnt papyrus and old goat cheese, while the wind drags a chorus of cicadas into a mournful dirge. Children chase dust devils that swirl like tiny, angry galaxies, and the air shivers with a heat that makes even the lotus pods weep. In the market, figs wilt like bruised egos, and the baker's bread sticks to the oven like a stubborn love letter. The omen hangs heavy, a drought that threatens not just crops, but the very rhythm of the calendar itself. High up in the stone council chamber, elder priests clutch scrolls as if they were ancient smartphones, scrolling through omens and sighing dramatically. Their heated debate sounds like a gladiator match. Only the swords are arguments about whether to postpone weddings until the next generous flood. One dignitary, with a beard that could house a sparrow's nest, jokes that love in a dry year is like a camel trying to Instagram a beach selfie, amusing but hopeless. The younger members whisper that the gods might send a thunderstorm of curses if the people dare to tie knots before the waters rise. Still, a few bold voices argue that love should not be shackled by a fickle river. Even if the universe seems to have a very poor Wi-Fi connection right now, Amara sneaks through the grain silos, her sandals smacking against husks that crunch like stale popcorn, searching for Seti among the shadows. He waits by the empty well, his eyes reflecting the dull moonlight like two polished obsidian beads, and hands her a wilted date as a secret pact. Their whispered vows tumble over the distant croak of hungry frogs, each word a rebellion against the council's edicts. The scent of fermenting barley follows them, a reminder that life still bubbles under the surface despite the drought's grip. Yet each stolen kiss tastes of both hope and the bitter iron of fear that the gods might punish their premature union with a sandstorm of curses. The priests claim the gods have posted a do not disturb sign on the heavens, warning that any premature marriage will trigger a divine timeout longer than a Netflix binge watch marathon. Amara laughs nervously, recalling a myth where a sun god turned a disobedient lover into a sandfly, only to be eaten by a crocodile that liked extra crunchy snacks. The irony isn't lost on Seti, who mutters that even the Nile seems to be on a diet, refusing to pour out its usual lavish flow. Somewhere nearby, a street vendor roasts chickpeas that hiss like tiny fireworks, their aroma masking the sour scent of impending doom. The couple clings to each other, feeling the weight of the gods' scorn like a heavy, embroidered shawl that refuses to be shrugged off. As the council votes to delay all nuptials until the next flood, a rumor spreads like wildfire. The river might break its silence at any moment, spilling more than water, perhaps a deluge of scandal. Amara and Seti exchange a look that says, "We'll outrun any flood if we have to," their voices rising above the clamor of angry oxen and hungry dogs. Suddenly, a distant rumble shakes the reed huts, and a thin line of water begins to crawl over the sand, glistening like liquid moonlight. The priests gasp, the market erupts, and the couple's laughter rings out, brighter than any temple bell. In that moment, the drought's omen feels less like a curse and more like a cosmic punchline, reminding everyone that even gods enjoy a good joke about timing. The Nile roared back like a drunk leviathan, its waters swelling past the stone embankments and turning the dry banks into a frothy, silt-laden highway. Farmers stared, mouths open, as the river lifted the scent of mud, papyrus, and a faint whiff of goat dung into the dawn air. Children squealed, chasing foam that clung to their sandals like a clingy X, while elders muttered prayers that sounded suspiciously like a karaoke version of an ancient hymn. The flood's thunder echoed off the cliffs, rattling loose stones and sending a shiver down the spine of even the most stoic crocodile basking nearby. In that chaotic splash, the village's calendar ticked a sacred page. The peak of the flood was the perfect moment to seal a new union. By noon, the whole hamlet had converged on the makeshift platform of reeds and palm that served as the ceremony arena, looking like a thrift store version of a palace. Women in linen skirts whispered gossip louder than the river, their perfume a mix of lotus oil and the unmistakable odor of fried onions from the communal hearth. Men strutted in, some wearing the ceremonial white wraps that made them resemble a brood of oversized swans, others sporting the scarlet sash reserved for those who'd survived the previous season's leaky roofs, a badge of honor and bruised backs. The village drummer, a wiry fellow named Menekit, beat a rhythm that sounded suspiciously like the opening riff of a modern rock anthem, forcing even the stoic priest to tap his foot. Laughter bounced off the reeds as old jokes about marrying before the water recedes resurfaced, a tongue-in-cheek reminder that timing was everything. When the water reached its zenith, Amara stepped forward, her hair dripping with river foam, looking like a queen straight out of a Netflix period drama. Seti, clutching a bundle of reeds, declared his love with a voice that cracked like a fresh jar of figs, promising to share every grain of wheat and every night of insomnia because of his wife's relentless night-time storytelling. The high priest lifted a golden scarab shiny enough to blind a cat, while chanting verses that sounded like a mash up of ancient hymn and a modern rap battle. The crowd swayed, some wiping tears with the backs of their hands, others sipping the sweet, slightly sour drink of fermented barley that tasted like hope and a hint of vinegar. As they exchanged vows, the flood surged a final, glorious roar, splashing over the platform and baptizing the couple in a torrent that smelled of algae and promise. The flood, a relentless cycle of destruction and rebirth, was the perfect metaphor for marriage. You dive in, get muddy, and hope for a fresh harvest on the other side. Amara's parents, who had survived 3 previous floods, whispered that the river had approved the match, much like a reality show judge giving a perfect score. The water lapped at their feet, sending a chill that made Seti's sandal slip, forcing him to grip Amara's waist, a literal hold on tight moment that would make any yoga instructor proud. Elder women tossed handfuls of fragrant incense into the surge, the smoke curling like ancient emojis spelling out love, prosperity, and please don't flood our houses again. The entire scene felt like a grand cinematic climax, the sort of moment you'd pause a Netflix series to savor the soundtrack and the wet, gritty realism of it all. As the river began its slow retreat, the newlyweds stood hand in hand, drenched but dazzling. a living proof that love can flourish even when the world is literally underwater. Their marriage, timed to the flood's peak, sent a message to the village. If the gods can orchestrate a spectacular deluge, they can also bless a partnership, unless, of course, the gods are just really into dramatic timing, like a director shouting, "Cut." At the perfect moment, the feast that followed featured fish grilled over open coals, the scent mingling with the lingering river stink, reminding everyone that life is a blend of the sweet and the stinky. Like a good cheese pizza, children danced, slipping on mud and shouting, "We're married," in a chorus that echoed the ancient drums, while the elders chuckled, noting that the next flood would probably cue the next round of courtship, nature's own reality dating show. In the end, Amara and Seti's vows rode the high tide of the Nile, cementing a union as enduring as the river itself. Proof that when the world swells, so too can the heart. The great Nile swelled each summer like a giant, snorting beast, then withdrew, leaving behind a carpet of silt that smelled of wet earth and promises. As the waters slunk back toward the horizon, villages gathered on the riverbanks to celebrate the return of dry land. It was in this moment, when the last reeds whispered goodbye to the flood, that elders declared the marriage season was open. Young lovers, eyes bright as reflected sunrise, clutched dates and figs, ready to seal their unions. The calendar, etched in stone and sand, thus marked a deadline stricter than any royal decree. When the flood receded, newlyweds stood shoulder to shoulder beneath a sky that smelled of cicada dust and fresh papyrus. They oversaw the planting of barley, listening to the rhythmic thump of mortar pestles and the occasional startled cry of a baboon stealing a stray grain. The air swirled with the sweet perfume of lotus blossoms, while the river's edge hissed like an angry cat chasing fish bones. Their laughter mingled with the low murmur of fishermen hauling in gleaming silver carp, a sign that the harvest would be generous. By sunset, the couple toasted with honey-sweet wine, their faces illuminated by torchlight that flickered like a Hollywood premiere marquee. Word spread faster than a gossiping market seller shouting, "Spice, spice," and soon every clan timed its weddings to the Nile's pulse, treating the calendar like a cosmic Netflix release schedule. Ironically, the very people who once feared the flood's wrath now courted it, believing if the water could nourish crops, it could also fertilize love. Elders would wink, saying, "Marry after the flood, or you'll end up like a soggy papyrus, crumpled and forgotten." Even the priests, who usually wore solemn faces, cracked jokes about their own marriages lasting as long as a sandstorm, which, honestly, isn't that long. This humor stitched the tradition into daily chatter, ensuring no one missed the cue to tie the knot before the next deluge. Generations after, children grew up hearing the story of the first couple who married under a sky scented with reeds and triumph. They watched their grandparents reap golden wheat that glowed like sun-kissed armor, feeling the warm grain slide through their fingers and hearing the satisfying rustle of stalks. Prosperity cascaded like the river itself, spilling into markets where merchants hawked figs that burst like fireworks in the mouth. The legacy was not just wealth, but a feeling of security, as solid as the basalt stone that marked the calendar's start date. In every wedding chant, a subtle promise echoed. As long as the Nile flows, so shall our fortunes. Thus the Nile flood calendar became more than a tally of days. It turned into a living soundtrack for love, labor, and laughter. When the water finally rose again, couples would raise their glasses, inhaling the briny scent of impending flood and shouting, ready for round two. The rhythm of the river dictated when hearts beat together, ensuring that each generation inherited not only fertile fields, but also the comedic timing of ancestors. And so, under the ever-watchful eye of the gods and the gossiping reeds, marriage seasons continue to march to the Nile's beat, a tradition as unstoppable as a scroll of papyrus rolling across a desert wind. The legacy, like the river itself, refuses to be dammed. The sun sank low behind the marble cliffs of Everstone, casting long shadows that made the necropolis look like a giant's bone porch. Towering tomb walls rose like stone sentinels, each slab chiseled with looping script that sang of ages past. The air smelled of dry incense and the faint tang of ancient sorrow, while distant wind whispered through cracked grout like a cracked vinyl record. Children dared each other to touch the cold surfaces, only to jump back when a sudden gust rattled loose dust like an angry sneeze. In that solemn theater of stone, even the crickets seemed to rehearse a mournful chorus. On cue, young Kale, fresh from his apprenticeship, shuffled through the rows with a reed pen tucked behind his ear, eyes scanning for any stray errors like a detective in a medieval whodunit. When his fingertip brushed a fresh groove, he read a name that sang a different tune. Myra of Willowbank, a living villager known for her peppery stew and gossip. The letters were still wet, the ink glistening like morning dew on a cobweb, and a faint scent of rosemary wafted from the stone, as if the name itself tried to cook its own funeral. Kale's heart thumped like a drum in a tavern, and a nervous laugh escaped him. Whoa, did the dead just get a LinkedIn update? He glanced around, half expecting the stone to post a comment. Elder Braun, whose beard tangled with the dust of 1,000 epitaphs, stormed over with the fury of a tax collector discovering unpaid dues. You have broken the silent stones, he barked, his voice echoing off the basalt like a cursed karaoke night. He warned that carving a living name awakens the restless spirits, those who moan in the night and steal bread from unsuspecting tables, ghosts that relish a good prank as much as a midnight snack. The elders whispered that the ancient law was as old as the kingdom's first moon, a rule scribbled in stone to keep the dead from binge-watching the living. Kale swallowed a nervous gulp of stale incense, feeling the weight of centuries press down on his ink-stained sleeves. Instead of shivering, Kale's curiosity sparked brighter than a torch in a blackout. He imagined the spirits as grumpy office workers forced into eternal overtime, complaining about the lack of coffee in the afterlife. With a mischievous grin, he whispered, "If the dead are coming, at least let them bring their own playlists. No more haunted lullabies, please." He pressed his palm to the stone, feeling the cool grit like the back of a video game controller, and wondered if the spirits would just ask for a refund. The irony of his situation, trying to avoid a haunt while inadvertently summoning one, felt like a sitcom episode gone rogue. The night after the blunder, the necropolis trembled with soft, uncanny chuckles drifting from the tomb walls, as if the stones themselves were sharing a joke. A chill wind slipped through the corridors, scattering chalky dust that settled on Kale's notebook, forming tiny, illegible scribbles that looked suspiciously like smiley faces. The elders gathered, eyes wide, yet there was a flicker of reluctant amusement in Braun's stare, as though he recognized the folly of taking stone laws too seriously. Kale, now half hero, half ghost strangler, vowed to rewrite the rulebook with a margin for accidental fame, perhaps a footnote that says, "No living names unless you've got a Netflix subscription." As the first light of dawn painted the walls pink, the spirits settled back into their silent watch, leaving behind only the faint scent of pepper and the echo of a chuckle that lingered like a well-timed punchline. The night was thick with the scent of damp stone and stale incense, as Kale slipped through the catacombs like a mouse on a caffeine binge. Beside him, Myra whispered warnings that sounded like the hiss of a cobra in a library, her lantern casting jittery shadows on ancient sarcophagi. Their eyes fell on a stray name etched in trembling silver ink Arius, the unrecorded, gleaming like a neon sign in an abandoned subway. The name was an affront to the ancient edict that forbade writing the living on tomb walls, a law older than the kingdom's first king and twice as cranky. With a conspiratorial grin, Kale promised to hunt the phantom scribe that dared break the rule, even if it meant getting his own name stuck in the ledger of death. Following the crooked trail of ink, they uncovered a hidden guild tucked behind a wall of mildew-covered frescoes. their doors guarded by brass statues that looked suspiciously like badly painted Lego minifigures. Inside, scribes hunched over vats of enchanted ink that shimmered green-purple, smelling of burnt sugar and regret, while a low murmur of chanting sounded like a choir of cat lovers at a midnight karaoke. Myra tapped the rim of a copper bowl, and the ink rippled, revealing its secret. Each stroke captured a living soul's deeds, imprisoning them between the stone and the ether. The guild's leader, a gaunt man named Corvax, boasted that his ink preserved the living longer than any marble statue, a claim as bold as a superhero's ego. Yet every inscription left a faint, ghostly sigh that hovered over the scribe like a tired ex-girlfriend at a party. The purpose, as Corvax explained with a flourish, was simple: to etch the boldest acts of the living onto death's own canvas, ensuring that heroes would not fade like old memes on the internet. He compared the practice to uploading a TikTok of valor. Only the algorithm was an unforgiving curse that siphoned a sliver of the writer's vitality with each line. Cale felt the air thicken, his breath turning sour like spoiled milk as the ink's magic pulsed, draining the color from his fingertips until they resembled the dry bark of a dead oak. Myra laughed, a brittle sound, remarking that the guild's motto, "Live long and write on," was as ironic as a diet soda marketed as real sugar. The walls seemed to pulse, echoing the writer's waning life forces with a low hum that reminded Cale of an old refrigerator fighting its last battle. As Cale watched another apprentice dip his quill, his own chest tightened, as if a tiny band of goblins were stealing his breath for a midnight feast. He tried to steady his shaking hand, but the ink slipped like a mischievous otter, smearing a name that glowed briefly before dimming to a mournful gray. The curse manifested as a subtle fatigue, a creeping heaviness that made his legs feel like they were wading through a vat of wet sand mixed with old laundry. He cracked a joke about needing a Red Bull from the underworld, earning a sarcastic eye roll from Myra, who muttered that even the gods needed coffee breaks. The irony was not lost on him. He was preserving memory while his own story was being written into oblivion, one sigh at a time. When the final inscription dried, Cale and Myra slipped back into the night, the tomb's door groaning like an exhausted theater curtain. They vowed to keep the guild's secret buried beneath layers of dust and disbelief, understanding that some histories are better left unsung, like the chorus of a cursed karaoke night. Yet the stray name on the wall lingered in Cale's mind, a reminder that even forbidden ink can whisper truths louder than a dragon's roar. With a wry smile, Cale promised to write his own legacy elsewhere, perhaps on a tavern's chalkboard, where the only curse was a spilled ale. And so the legend of the forbidden ink drifted onward, carried on the wind like the scent of fresh parchment, mixed with a hint of impending doom. The courier's hooves kicked up a dust cloud as he slammed the sealed scroll against the marble steps of the High Council's hall. Inside, torchlight flickered on vaulted arches, casting shadows that danced like drunken sprites. The scribes whispered that the living name, Myra's, had been etched onto the tomb wall of the fallen hero Varkos, a blasphemous adornment. A murmur rose, then a roar, as the council members gathered, their robes rustling like ancient parchment. Even the stone seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the verdict. When the Grand Chancellor rose, his voice cracked the silence like a cathedral bell struck by a rogue druid. He declared, in booming tones, an absolute prohibition. No living soul shall ever be inscribed upon the cold stone of the dead, branding the act a sacrilege worse than stealing a baker's oven. The edict echoed through the chamber, rattling the iron chains that hung from the walls, and sending a waft of incense, sweet, cloying, and oddly reminiscent of Aunt May's cinnamon buns, into the air. Scribes scrambled to etch the decree onto every parchment, their quills scratching like nervous mice. The council's seal, a golden eye, glinted with the promise of swift punishment for any who dared defy it. Cale stood at the periphery, his fingers twitching around the hilt of his weathered blade, feeling the sweat slick on his brow like spilled ale. He heard Myra's name hissed in the corridors, a rumor muttering that she'd been charged with treason for daring to carve her lover's name onto the hero's tomb. The accusation hung heavy, a foul stench of burnt parchment and fear that clung to his nostrils. He could taste the coppery tang of his own blood, a reminder that defiance often ended with a blade's kiss. Yet a spark of stubborn humor flickered. If the council loved drama, maybe they'd enjoy a little theatrical rebellion, like a Shakespearean tragedy performed in a butcher shop. The council's guards, grim as stone golems, marched toward Myra's cell, their boots thudding like war drums on the cold floor. Cale's heart hammered a frantic rhythm, each beat a drum roll of impending doom and daring rescue. He weighed his options. Obey the law and watch the woman he loved be crushed beneath the weight of a false verdict, or break the edict and become a folk hero, or a footnote in the council's ledger of traitors. A smirk curled his lips as he imagined the council's reaction. Perhaps they'd call him the rogue who tried to rewrite history, like some medieval tick-tock star. He slipped a concealed dagger into his boot, feeling the cold steel whisper promises of both salvation and catastrophe. In the dim corridor, Cale confronted the jailer, his eyes blazing like twin torches lit by a summer sunrise. he shouted. If names on stone are sins, then let my love be the rebellion that burns the walls. The jailer flinched, the candlelight reflecting off his trembling hands, and a sigh escaped like a sighing wind through an empty graveyard. Myra's muffled cries rose, raw and desperate, blending with the echo of the council's distant chants, an ironic soundtrack to a scene that felt straight out of a rogue's Netflix binge. As the doors creaked open, Cale grasped Myra's hand, their fate hanging by a thread of hope, defiance, and perhaps a dash of absurd destiny. Under a sky as black as a coal-stained ledger, Cale and Myra slipped through the crumbling arches of the necropolis like thieves in a heist movie. Only the loot was ink, not diamonds. The city's ancient edict, stamped in stone, forbade the living from scratching their names onto the tomb walls. But those rules smelled stale as old parchment. Their boots whispered against the slick cobblestones, and the only moonlight came from the phosphorescent fungi clinging to the walls, casting a lurid green glow. With a grin sharper than a quill, Myra whispered, "Time to give the dead a makeover they'll never forget." The duo reached the forbidden ink vaults, massive chambers lined with barrels of midnight black liquid that seemed to shiver with a mind of its own. As they pried the heavy iron doors, the wards flared to life, crackling like 1,000 tiny fireworks, and releasing a whorl of sentient ink that spiraled upward in angry ribbons. The ink hissed like a wet cat, its tendrils slapping the stone, releasing a metallic tang that made Cale's throat taste of rust. Myra's eyes widened as the ink formed grotesque shapes, scribbles that tried to crawl onto the ancient sarcophagi, demanding to be read. The storm of ink surged, threatening to rewrite the histories etched into every stone slab, as if a reckless author were editing the great library of Alexandria with a marker made of chaos. Each droplet sang a mournful chant, echoing the sighs of long-dead generals and lovers, and the air grew thick with the smell of old blood mixed with fresh paint. Ink tendrils brushed Cale's cheek, cold as a winter's whisper, and tried to etch his name onto the veil between life and death. A move as bold as swapping the ending of a sitcom for a tragedy. The very walls trembled, and the vault's ancient stone seemed to weep, dripping black tears that splashed like ink-splattered graffiti on a subway car. Realizing the only way to seal the breach was to offer a name worthy of the ink's hunger, Cale stepped forward, his heart thudding like war drums. He whispered his own moniker into the storm, Cale of the Crimson Blade, and let the ink swallow it whole, feeling the letters dissolve like sugar in hot tea. The ink recoiled, shrieking in a chorus of dismay, then settled, the storm calming as if a mischievous cat had finally been shooed away. Myra clapped a trembling hand on his shoulder, half joking that he'd just performed the ultimate character death, except he'd still be alive, just nameless, like a secret agent without a license to kill. When the ink finally stilled, the vault smelled of burnt parchment and fresh rain, a scent that made Myra grin despite the gloom. The walls, now free of the rogue script, gleamed under the faint glow of the fungi, their tombs safe from the ill-advised graffiti of the living. Cale, now a phantom of anonymity, felt oddly lighter, as if he'd shed a coat of armor he never liked. Their daring raid became the talk of the city, retold over tavern ales with the same gusto as a Star Wars saga, and the edict's enforcement grew stricter, ironically, because no one could blame the dead for a missing name when the living chose to stay silent. When the ink storm finally settled like a bruised sky, the council gathered in the hall of cracked basalt, their robes rustling like parchment in a windstorm. The clang of bronze gavel echoed against the mosaic floor, a sound as sharp as a chef's knife chopping raw onions. They declared the worst penalties, death by eternal erasure, were to be lifted, as if pulling a cursed band-aid off a dragon's belly. A murmur rippled through the chamber, half relief, half the nervous jitter of someone who just skipped a sentence in a forbidden script. The air smelled of incense and wet stone, a perfume that whispered, "We're finally letting go of the past's ink." The living name, a cursed tattoo of syllables etched into the living's very breath, was scrubbed clean by the council's magisters, who waved their wands like disgruntled baristas pulling espresso shots. Irony dripped from the act. Those who once feared the power of a name now erased it, as if a reality TV show had decided to cancel a character mid-season. The people cheered, some with the gusto of a tavern crowd after a bard's punchline landed, while others stared at the empty space where their identities once glowed. The scent of burnt parchment lingered, a reminder that words can both build cathedrals and scorch them down. And somewhere in the back, a child whispered, "It's like hitting the undo button on a cosmic spreadsheet." Cale, the once renowned warrior whose name had shone like a neon sign on the necropolis walls, now stood nameless upon stone, his epitaph reduced to a simple glyph of a broken spear. Yet his legend thrummed through every tavern tale, louder than a dragon's sneeze, carried on tongues as sticky as honeyed ale. He became a walking footnote, alive, breathing, and still able to swat flies, with a grin as wry as a medieval meme. The wind tossed dust over his shoulders, and the scent of earth and old bones followed him like a loyal hound. In that paradox, the council's decree felt as strange as a plot twist where the hero lives on without a credit roll. Strolling through the necropolis, Cale's boots crunched on cracked marble, each step releasing a puff of ancient dust that smelled like mildew and forgotten promises. Ghostly lanterns flickered, their light painting his silhouette on columns that bore the scars of centuries. A chiaroscuro theater where the dead watched him like nosy paparazzi. He greeted the stone statues with a jest. Nice hat, Cato. Did you raid a costume shop on Olympus? And the statues seemed to chuckle, their stone eyes crinkling with amused erosion. The murmur of distant chants rose, a choir of voices that blended with the soft drip of water from a leaky aqueduct, composing a symphony of remembrance. Cale's heart thumped in rhythm with the echoing footsteps of the living, a reminder that stories march on, even when walls fall silent. In the twilight of the necropolis, the council's new law reverberated like a bass drop in a medieval rave. Memory belonged to both dead and living, a shared playlist no one could delete. Cale paused at the central plaza, where a bronze amphitheater stood, its surface slick with rain, and the faint scent of iron from distant battles. He raised his voice, louder than a dragon's roar in a quiet tavern, reminding the gathered crowd that stories are like stubborn weeds. They find cracks in any wall, even a nameless stone. The crowd laughed, some wiping tears from their eyes as a child shouted, "Next season's plot twist. Cale gets a Netflix reboot." And the night air rippled with promise as the stars blinked overhead. The inkstorm's remnants faded, leaving only the endless echo of a name that never truly vanished. In the heat shimmered lanes of Philoria, the clatter of cobblers' hammers rang like a steel drum marching parade. Aaron, a modest shoemaker with calloused fingers and a penchant for stray whiskers, paused to wipe the soot from his apron as the market erupted in a chorus of hawkers shouting over the clamor. The scent of fresh leather mingled with the sweet, sour tang of roasted chestnuts, while a tabby prowled between stalls, its tail flicking like a metronome. A hushed murmur rippled through the crowd, as if the town itself were leaning in for gossip. Aaron's ear caught the phrase "two-cat limit" echoing off the stone walls, a whisper that made his heart thump louder than his hammer. Word spread faster than a gossiping squirrel on caffeine, and soon every baker, baker wife, and even the town jester knew of the royal edict, forbidding more than 2 feline companions per household. The law, scribbled in the scrolls of the High Council, was as blunt as a hammer blow. No more than a pair of purring pals, lest the kingdom be overrun by mischievous whiskers. Citizens chuckled, comparing the decree to a villain's plot in a Saturday night cartoon, where the hero must rescue a city from an army of cats with laser eyes. Yet the irony was as thick as the cobbler's leather. Philoria adored cats like a medieval Instagram, obsessed with cat memes. And now They were being told to downsize their fur-filled families. The market's chatter crackled like a live wire, half amusement, half dread. Aaron ducked into his cramped workshop. The smell of boiled leathers and old glue wrapping around him like a dank blanket, and unfolded a crumpled parchment that had slipped into his shoe box by accident. The decree was stamped with the king's seal, a lion chasing a mouse, absurdly out of place, like a cameo from a blockbuster movie. It demanded that any household found with a third cat would face a fine hefty enough to buy a dozen pairs of boots, or if they were unlucky, have their cats seized and sent to the royal menagerie, a place rumored to smell like rotting fish and broken dreams. Aaron's eyes widened. His own shop housed 3 cats, a tuxedo, a calico, and a mischievous orange stray who liked to nap on his best leather pieces. The thought of losing even one was as gut-twisting as stepping on a nail in bare feet. He paced the floor, boots squeaking against the worn boards, while the cats staged their own protest. The tuxedo swatted at a stray thread. The calico flicked its tail in rhythmic fury, and the orange one launched a daring leap onto a sack of horsehair, scattering it like confetti. Aaron imagined the royal guards, stern as medieval bouncers, trying to pry a cat from his lap, only to be thwarted by a feline that would give the Avengers Loki a run for his money in mischief. He sighed, recalling his mother's warning that too many cats make for a house that smells like a dumpster after a rainstorm. A scent he could now picture with alarming clarity. With a grin as sharp as his last pair of stilettos, he plotted a scheme, perhaps a daring smuggle of the third cat under the guise of a sack of fresh leather, or a covert adoption swap with the baker's wife, who owned exactly 2 cats and a secret stash of sardines. The possibilities danced in his mind like fireflies in a moonless night. By sunset, the town's tavern buzzed with rumors, the ale frothing over mugs as loudly as the gossip spilling from every table. Aaron, now perched on a stool, shared a knowing wink with the barkeeper, who offered him a secret handshake resembling a cat's paw, soft, sly, and slightly smudged with cobbler's grime. The whispered decree, once a looming threat, became a punchline in the evening's tales, the kind that made people laugh while clutching their chins in disbelief. Yet, beneath the humor, the clang of the town's bell reminded everyone that law was still law, and any misstep could end in a royal raid as dramatic as a blockbuster showdown. As the night deepened, the 3 cats curled around Aaron's boots, purring in unison, a living reminder that sometimes the best rebellions start with a soft meow and a well-tied shoe. In the dim glow of twilight, the city's new ordinance crackled like an ancient curse, banning any household from keeping more than 2 cats. The law whispered through market stalls, painted the streets with a metallic scent of fear and fresh fish, as if the fishmongers had taken up the role of grim tax collectors. Aaron, a lanky apprentice blacksmith, scoffed at the decree, but his sister Lysa, eyes sharp as a hawk's, had already slipped a third whiskered fugitive into the shadows. She tucked the tiny furball into the back of an old bakery box, the stale loaf aroma masking the purrs like a covert lullaby. Thus began the chapter titled Shadows in the Alley, where a single kitten ignited a rebellion hotter than a dragon's sneeze. Lysa's secret lair resembled a bunker of mismatched socks, forgotten quilts, and a half-eaten slice of pepperoni pizza that had gone rancid enough to rival a swamp. The kitten, a mottled ball of fur named Whisk, trembled like a jittery espresso machine, its tiny paws scraping against the dented tin that served as a makeshift bathtub. Every night, the scent of catnip mixed with the sour stench of damp plaster, creating a perfume that could coax even the most stoic rat out of its burrow. Lysa whispered ancient lullabies, half-remembered verses from a meme about cats in space, and the kitten's eyes fluttered shut as if dreaming of zero-gravity hairballs. The whole operation was as silent as a ninja's sneeze, but the slightest creak of the floorboards sounded louder than a marching band in a library. Word spread faster than gossip at a royal banquet, and soon a clandestine circle of cat protectors formed, each wearing a patched cloak stitched with yarn like a medieval Instagram filter. They met under the graffiti-splashed archway of the old theater, where the echo of a busted projector added a flickering soundtrack to their plans. The newly appointed cat wardens, squat men in brass-buttoned coats, who smelled faintly of lavender disinfectant, patrolled the alleys, flashlight beams slicing the fog like a chef's knife through butter. Under that starlit canopy, the rebels slipped through back doors, their boots squelching in muddy puddles that smelled of rotten onions and old boot polish. Every raid felt like a heist from a Ocean's 11 remake starring stray cats, and the adrenaline surged hotter than a jalapeno on a summer sidewalk. One moonless night, the protectors descended on the warden's depot, a crumbling stone building that exhaled the scent of boiled cabbage and bureaucratic paperwork. They pried open rusted cages with crowbars that sang a tune reminiscent of a bad karaoke night at a tavern, freeing kittens that yowled like tiny rock stars hitting the high note. Bloodied paws and splattered fish guts painted the floor, a macabre mosaic that made even the stoutest guard gag and retreat like a cat avoiding a bath. Lysa, perched on a crate, tossed a handful of sardines to the rescued furballs, the oily scent turning the alley into a banquet hall for whiskered gourmets. As the warden's whistles wailed in the distance, the rebels vanished into the night, their laughter echoing like a sitcom laugh track gone rogue. By dawn, the city awoke to headlines screaming, "Cat Caper Chaos," while street vendors sold freedom feline pastries topped with chocolate whiskers, an ironic nod to the absurdity of the law. Aaron, polishing his hammer, chuckled at the irony that the very ordinance meant to keep order had birthed a grassroots feline uprising hotter than any forge flame. Lysa slipped the rescued third kitten into the town square statue of the mayor, where it perched triumphantly, its tail flicking at the portrait as if saying, "You can't legislate love." The cat wardens, humbled, lowered their arms, their brass buttons now dulged by a smear of cat hair, a reminder that power can be as fragile as a chinchilla's whisker. And so, the shadows in the alley grew longer, not with menace, but with the soft purr of countless cats, each one a tiny beacon that whispered, "We're still here, and we still own the night." The protectors slipped through the cracked cobblestones like thieves in a heist movie, their lanterns sputtering amber against the damp air. Beneath the bustling market, they discovered an ancient stone temple, its columns half eaten by moss and the occasional wayward pigeon. Inside, dozens of cats lounged on cracked marble benches, their fur a patchwork of soot and silk. The scent of old incense mingled with the pungent tang of rat cheese, a perfume only true felines could appreciate. It felt like stumbling onto a secret level of a vintage video game, hidden, priceless, and utterly forbidden. Every whisker twitched in synchronized gossip, as if the cats were holding counsel about the outside world's absurd decree that no household may own more than two. Their purrs resonated like low-frequency drums, echoing off vaulted arches that dripped with water like nature's own leaky faucet. Sunlight filtered through cracks, painting golden spotlights on the feline counselors, while the ground reeked of stale fish and spilled ale. A rotund tabby named Sir Meowington swatted a stray feather, sending a cascade of dust that sparked like glitter at a rave. The protectors laughed, realizing they had found the ultimate cat cafe, only without the overpriced lattes. Just as the protectors were planning a midnight feast of catnip and sardines, a cold clang announced the arrival of Magistrate Corvin, the city's most dreaded inspector. He wore a starched frock coat that smelled of bureaucracy and iron, his boots clicking like a metronome of doom on the stone floor. With a ledger taller than a giraffe's neck, he proclaimed the ban with the enthusiasm of a kid at a superhero convention, vowing to crush any feline uprising. The cats hissed, their ears flattening as if hearing an out-of-tune violin, while Corvin's spectacles reflected the flickering torchlight like twin moons of menace. Irony dripped from his speech. He, a man who once loved kittens on a postcard, now wielded the law like a sword. The protectors rallied, brandishing makeshift banners, stitched from old market sacks, that read "Felines Forever" in shaky calligraphy. Corvin's deputies, armed with scrolls and stern looks, stormed the sanctuary, their sandals squeaking on the slick marble, as if stepping on a wet floor in a sitcom. Cats scattered like tiny, fur-covered ninjas, diving into cracks and emerging with eyes wide, claws glinting like tiny lightsabers. The air thickened with the smell of burnt incense and the metallic tang of tension, while a stray tabby knocked over a crate of dried fish, creating a splatter that looked like abstract art. Laughter erupted from the protectors as they tossed cat treats like confetti, turning the standoff into a chaotic carnival. In the end, Corvin's ledger slipped from his grip, tumbling down the steps and cracking open like an egg, spilling ink that stained the ancient carvings in midnight blue. The magistrate, flustered, shouted about order, while a sleek black cat sauntered onto the podium, flicking its tail in a pose that would make James Bond's villain grin. The protectors seized the moment, declaring the temple a sovereign cat nation, complete with a tiny flag bearing a whiskered smile. As the moon rose, its silver light washed over the sanctuary, and the cats settled into a chorus of contented purrs that sounded suspiciously like a lullaby from a 90s sitcom. And thus, the hidden sanctuary survived for now, its secret safe behind the rustle of fur and the echo of Corvin's muttered curses. Under a silvered moon that draped the town like a cheap theater curtain, Aaron rallied the villagers and their whiskered comrades. The cobblestones glistened with rain, and the air stank of boiled cabbage and wet wool, a perfume only a medieval marketplace could conjure. Aaron raised his lantern, its flickering flame casting lanky shadows of cats that looked like living, purring chandeliers. He shouted, his voice cracking like an old tavern lute. "Tonight, we break the law that bans more than 2 cats." The crowd answered with a chorus of hoots, howls, and the occasional meow that sounded suspiciously like an 80s power ballad. The sanctuary lay behind the old mill, a maze of cracked stone where cats lounged in piles of straw, their fur dusted with the scent of moldy hay and forgotten fish bones. Aaron slipped through a cracked window, his boots squeaking like a squeaky mouse, and ushered the felines out one by one, each cat swearing vengeance with a sharp hiss. The townsfolk formed a purring train, their coats rustling like parchment as they corralled the bewildered creatures. Meanwhile, the magistrate's ironclad enforcers, clad in stiff leather, sniffed the air and muttered about public health while stepping over puddles of catnip oil. The whole scene felt like a live-action Photoshop of Disney meets Game of Thrones, with a dash of absurdity that would make even the most stoic guard giggle. At the heart of the square, Magistrate Corvin stood on a stone dais, his gaunt face illuminated by torches that sputtered like old campfire jokes. He barked orders, his voice as dry as parchment, demanding the cats be returned to their restrictive cages. Aaron stepped forward, his eyes blazing, and declared, "Your law is as flimsy as a paper hat at a dragon convention." The crowd roared, a wave of clanking armor and clumsy cat paws crashing together, while a stray tabby leapt onto Corvin's hat, tipping it like a comical clown hat. The magistrate sputtered, his dignified facade cracking like a cracked teacup, as the townspeople cheered with the vigor of a medieval rock concert. The enforcers, realizing they were outnumbered by fur and fury, tried to draw swords, but the cats swarmed like a furry tornado, clawing and pouncing with the precision of a well-rehearsed flash mob. One officer slipped on a puddle of spilled milk, landing in a heap that resembled a cat-shaped snowman, while another was chased off by a tabby wielding a discarded fishbone like a sword. The scent of fear mingled with the earthy aroma of wet stone, and the distant hoot of an owl sounded suspiciously like the iconic theme from The Avengers. If Thor had been replaced by a Maine Coon, Corvin, now drenched in cat hair and humiliation, shouted a final command that vanished into the night like a popped bubble. The enforcers retreated, their boots leaving muddy footprints that spelled out "run" in the moonlight. When the last cat slipped into the arms of a grateful villager, the square erupted in a celebration louder than a tavern brawl on payday. Lanterns swung, casting a warm glow that made every fur coat gleam like polished armor, and the smell of roasted rabbit mingled with the sweet tang of triumph. Aaron raised his mug, sloshing ale onto the cobbles, and toasted, "May our streets be forever filled with whiskers and mischief." The townsfolk laughed, some joking that soon they'd need a cat council to negotiate with the fishmongers. A nod to the endless internet cat memes that would soon flood their future. As the moon faded, the newly liberated cats stretched, their purrs resonating like a low bass line, promising that the law banning more than 2 cats would be as forgotten as a forgotten sequel. When the council's iron-clad ban on cat hoarding finally hit the cobblestones of Philoria, the city erupted like a bag of startled ferrets. Petitions fluttered through market stalls, scented with incense and the unmistakable musk of alley cats, while grumbling elders muttered about the tyranny of whiskers. The crowd's fierce love for their feline companions forced the magistrates to retreat, their robes rustling like a cat's tail, flick in annoyance. In a dramatic council chamber, lit by flickering oil lamps, The decree was torn apart and rewritten with a pen that scratched like a claw. Thus, the first chapter of compromise began, promising a softer paw on the law. The new edict birthed the cat registry, a parchment bound ledger as thick as a tabby's fur and twice as colorful. Households marched to the registrar, each bearing a trembling kitten, a dignified senior cat, or a mischievous tuxedo that stole the clerk's pen. The clerk, who smelled faintly of fish broth, recorded each name, breed, and favorite nap spot with a flourish that would make a calligrapher weep. As the ink dried, the air filled with the chorus of purrs, meows, and the occasional startled hissing of a cat discovering a new shoebox. The registry glimmered on the council wall, a badge of honor and a reminder that even bureaucracy can be fur-friendly. Hidden beneath the ancient oak in the Western District, the secret sanctuary, known to the cats as the Velvet Lair, was finally granted official protection. Its walls dripped with ivy, and the floor was strewn with soft moss that smelled like rain on a summer's day, while the ceiling echoed with distant, contented purrs. Guards, now armed with laser pointers instead of swords, patrolled the perimeter, their boots squeaking on the damp stone, provoking curious, whiskered inquisitors. The sanctuary's doors, carved with tiny paw prints, opened to a world where stray cats lounged beside stone fountains that sprayed cool, glimmering water. With the council's seal stamped upon its entryway, the lair became a holy grail for any cat seeking refuge from the tyranny of empty bowls. Word spread faster than a kitten chasing a laser dot. Households could now keep up to 3 cats, a number that sparked both joy and mild panic. Families imagined themselves as modern-day Three's Company sitcoms, with each cat playing a role: Mischief the middle child, Sage the wise elder, and Sprout the rambunctious newborn. Neighbors swapped stories over steaming cups of tea, the air thick with the aroma of baked scones and catnip, while cats strutted proudly through windows, tails high like victory flags. Some daring owners even staged a catcopia parade, with feline float leaders draped in glittering collars that jingled like tiny bells. The city's rooftops echoed with gentle footfalls, purrs, and occasional snorts of disbelief, as the feline population found its new equilibrium. Peace settled over Philoria like a warm blanket fresh from the dryer, scented with lavender and the faint, comforting odor of litter boxes. Children giggled as they chased the third cat in every home, its tuxedo coat flashing in the amber streetlights like a tiny, purring superhero. The council, now sipping honey-sweet tea, watched the streets with satisfied smiles, their earlier sternness softened by the soft patter of paws on stone. Even the grumpy old baker, who once swore cats stole his yeast, now chuckled as a trio of felines lounged on his windowsill, their purrs rising like a hymn. In the end, the compromise proved that a little fur, a dash of bureaucracy, and a splash of humor can stitch together a kingdom where both humans and cats thrive. The sun drummed its golden hammer on the rooftops of Ahriman as master builder Lurin clutched his chalk dusty tablet. Word spread faster than a gossiping sparrow. Queen Selene had issued a royal decree that would echo through every timbered hall and stone quarry. Every 10th day of the month shall be a day of rest. Her voice rang, as clear as a bell, cutting through the clang of hammers. Lurin stared at the parchment, his brow furrowing like a freshly chiseled statue, while his guildmates swapped bewildered glances. The summons felt like being offered a free upgrade in a video game. Exciting. But nobody knew what the hidden level would look like. The guild's workshop smelled of sweat, soot, and the sour tang of river fish tossed for lunch. A cocktail that could knock out a dragon. Carpenters sang off key shanties while shaping beams, their voices mingling with the rhythmic thud of mallets against stone. Sparks hissed like angry fireflies, and the air vibrated with the steady heartbeat of laborers' boots on cobblestones. When the Queen's herald arrived, the clamor paused, and a hush fell as thick as fresh mortar on a freshly poured wall. Curiosity twitched in every eye, like cats eyeing a laser pointer. What would a mandated pause mean for their relentless grind? Queen Selene, perched on her throne of amber glass, declared the new law with a flourish that would make a Hollywood director jealous. Think of it as a Netflix binge day for the soul, she proclaimed, her smile wry, as if she'd just handed out free popcorn. The workers snorted. Some imagined lounging in silk cushions, while others pictured the foremen turning into zombie like overseers, still counting nails. Irony dripped from the decree like rain off a leaky roof. Just as they were burned out, they were handed a day to do absolutely nothing. Lurin felt the weight of the edict settle on his shoulders, a strange mix of relief and suspicion, like discovering a hidden cheat code that might crash the game. Around the communal fire that night, the guild split into camps of optimism and dread, each chanting their own version of the prophecy. A day of rest. Perfect. I can finally finish that epic trilogy of sandcastle towers, shouted Jorik, waving a half-cooked loaf like a wand. Mara, the stern stone carver, retorted, or we'll all rot like forgotten statues while the castle walls sag. Lurin chuckled, noting the absurdity. Rest was a luxury as rare as a unicorn in a pig stable. Yet the Queen insisted it was as essential as bread. Their laughter rose, mingling with the smell of pine smoke, while the moon peeled back a sliver of silver, promising that that the 10th day would arrive, whether they liked it or not. As the moon climbed and the embers died down, the guild felt a strange electricity crackle, a blend of anticipation and the sour aftertaste of fermented ale. The decree, though wrapped in regal silk, hinted at something deeper, perhaps a fear of rebellion, or a clever strategy to keep the kingdom's gears well oiled. Lurin tucked the parchment into his belt, feeling its weight like a promise and a puzzle rolled into one. He imagined the 10th day as a pause button on a chaotic soundtrack, a chance to hear the quiet drum of the heart beneath the clang. With a grin, he whispered to the night, "Let the rest begin, and may the gods grant us a day without broken backs, and maybe a decent pastry." The first light of the 10th dawn slipped over Lurin's terraces like a shy thief, and the clang of hammers fell silent. Laborers lowered their sickles, their backs humming with the ache of weeks of endless toil. The air smelled of damp earth and fresh barley, a perfume that reminded mothers of lullabies sung over hearths. Even the roosters seemed to yawn, as if the whole village took a collective breath before the mandated pause. It felt oddly like a medieval version of a weekend. Only the weekend lasted exactly one day, and everyone had to obey. When the workers rested, the fields grew mischievous, vines creeping into places they had not been invited, and wheat heads swayed like impatient dancers, waiting for applause. Traders at the market stammered, their crates of copper and figs trembling under the weight of unsold goods, while a stray goat, emboldened by the quiet, chewed a basket of olives and left a green trail of drool on the cobblestones. The town's bell tolled a lazy rhythm, echoing the sighs of exhausted bakers whose ovens still glowed with half-baked loaves. Rumors whispered that the pause was a test from the gods, or perhaps a clever trick by the tavern owner to extend happy hour. Somewhere a child giggled, mistaking the stillness for a giant's nap, and the whole scene smelled faintly of burnt pine and spilled ale. Beyond the river, the city-state of Carthos watched the slowdown like a hawk eyeing a broken fence. Their soldiers marched in polished rows, their boots clacking on stone, while merchants loaded caravans with silk and spices that glittered like a Saturday night superhero movie costume. Carthos sent emissaries, draped in silks brighter than a sunrise, offering help that smelled suspiciously of money and ambition. The townsfolk watched the foreign flags flutter, half amused and half annoyed, as the rivals' market stalls sprouted overnight, selling fresh figs at prices that made the locals wince. A sarcastic chant rose from the workers. "If they can't harvest, we'll harvest their pride," echoing across the valley with a grin that masked a pang of worry. Lurin, the council elder with a beard, as tangled as the vines in the fields, decided it was time to uncover the hidden wisdom behind the odd decree. He trekked to the old stone shrine, its doors covered in moss that smelled like forgotten rain, and flicked open a rusted lantern that sputtered like an old cassette player. Inside, murals depicted ancestors resting under a moon shaped like a cheese wheel, a metaphor that made Lurin chuckle and wonder if the original law was a joke about cheese-loving deities. He found a cracked tablet inscribed with a proverb. Even the sun takes a breath, so must the soil. The revelation hit him like a splash of cold river water, and he realized the pause was meant to let the land heal, not just the workers. Armed with this newfound insight, Lurin called a town meeting that buzzed with the scent of roasting chestnuts and the low hum of skeptical voices. He explained that the 10-day rest was a covenant with the earth, a chance for root and grain to regroup, much like a superhero taking a day off to recharge the cape. The crowd laughed, some snorted, but soon the murmur turned into a chant of agreement, their spirits lifting like sunrise over the harvest fields. Markets steadied, crops perked up, and even Carthos, impressed by Lurin's cleverness, sent a peace basket of figs and a bottle of honey as a diplomatic olive branch. And so the villagers learned that sometimes a forced pause is not a punishment, but a secret recipe for abundance, seasoned with a dash of irony and a sprinkle of ancient wisdom. Lurin trudged through the moss-slick gullies, his boots squelching in the mud like a badly programmed robot trying to walk on slime. The stone circle loomed ahead, its monoliths ringed with lichen that smelled of damp earth and forgotten campfires. Night insects sang a high-pitched chorus that made his ears itch, while distant wolves offered a bass line of rattling growls. He paused at the threshold, feeling the ancient air thicken, as if the stones inhaled his breath and exhaled centuries of secrets. With a grin that hid a tremor, he whispered, "Time to meet the oracle. She's got the scoop on the 10th day, right?" The oracle emerged from the center stone, her eyes twin lanterns flickering with a light that seemed borrowed from a sunrise over a galactic empire. She wore a cloak woven from spider silk and ash, rustling like parchment soaked in rain. When she spoke, her voice rolled over the crowd like a drumbeat in a medieval tavern, thick with honeyed smoke and the faint tang of spilled mead. "Listen, child," she said. "The 10th day is no random glitch in the calendar. It's a pulse that syncs with the moon's shy wink." Lurin felt the words settle on his shoulders like a warm, albeit slightly greasy, blanket. According to the oracle, the moon kisses the earth on the 9th night, leaving a silver residue that seeps into flesh and spirit alike. On the 10th, that residue evaporates, granting bodies the chance to stitch torn muscles as effortlessly as a tailor mends a torn shirt. The air on that day smells of fresh rain on hot cobblestones, a scent that makes even the most stoic blacksmith's heart throb with renewal. Villagers would sit in circles, rubbing herbs into their arms, while humming lullabies that sounded suspiciously like a medieval version of Bohemian Rhapsody. This ritual, the oracle chuckled, was essentially cosmic CPR for tired souls. The tradition, she revealed, sprang from a plague that once turned the kingdom's fields into a rotting buffet for disease-loving rats. People died faster than a streaming service cancels bad shows, and the king, desperate, decreed a monthly pause to let the sick breathe, literally and figuratively. The 10th day became a forced Netflix binge-free zone, where instead of binge-watching, folks binge-healed, swapping goblets of wine for bitter tea brewed with wormwood. Ironically, the very act of sitting still saved more lives than any Warhammer swing could ever hope to achieve. Even the court jester, who usually juggled flaming torches, now juggled lemon lozenges to soothe coughs, earning a standing ovation from the plague-scarred crowd. As the sun dipped behind the stones, painting the sky in bruised purples, Lurin thanked the oracle, his mind buzzing like a bee trapped in a thimble. He knew now why every 10th day the townsfolk rested, their lungs filling with the scent of renewal, and their spirits humming a low, steady drumbeat of survival. The tale spread like gossip at a market stall, turning into legend. And soon even the bards sang of the moon rest, as if it were a secret level in a video game. And so every month, when the calendar ticks to the 10th, the kingdom pauses, not because a boss monster appears, but because the universe itself hits the pause button. The oracle's tale lives on, echoing through stone and bone, reminding us that sometimes the best strategy is to simply rest. When the first cannon thud rolled over Aramon's stone walls, the sky turned a bruised violet, and the air smelled of burnt pine. The village bell, normally silenced on the 10th day, rang a mournful note that clashed with the enemy's drumbeat. Citizens stared from cracked shutters, their faces lit by firelight like a bad horror movie opening. The sacred pause, 10 days of rest, work halted, was a rhythm the kingdom had kept for generations, a holy lull in the endless grind. Yet now, with the siege tightening, the pause felt like a cliffhanger waiting for a payoff. In the vaulted council chamber, torchlight flickered over furrowed brows as the king weighed the temptation to break the ceasefire. He imagined ordering the blacksmiths to swing their hammers like a rock concert encore. But the high priest reminded him that the rest was a pact with the earth itself. The workers, who had once scoffed at the idle day, now grasped its hidden power, nodding as if they'd just discovered a secret level in a video game. Their chiseled hands tightened around tools, not in fury, but in reverent resolve, like a barista perfecting a coffee during the quiet before the morning rush. Irony dripped thicker than the river's mud. The very rule meant to pause labor would become their shield. When the 10th sunrise painted the courtyard gold, the craftsmen slipped into the shadows, turning the mandated stillness into a covert operation. They patched the broken battlements with swift, silent strokes, the clang of hammer on steel muffled by canvas tarps. The smell of hot iron mingled with fresh cut timber, a perfume that said we're building a future while the foe thinks we're napping. Women baked loaves in ovens that never cooled, their dough rising like hope, while children whispered riddles to the marching drums outside. The city became a living catnap, but every sigh of the wind carried the promise of a sudden, coordinated strike. The invaders, expecting a chaotic scramble, found only a ghost town humming with low, purposeful activity. Their scouts reported silence as deep as a library on Sunday, and the commander, with a sigh, muttered that his troops felt like they were stuck in a never-ending loading screen. Meanwhile, Ahriman's defenders slid down hidden shafts, their boots barely ticking on stone, ready to spring like spring-loaded traps from a cartoon. The enemy's arrows whistled past empty streets, striking barrels of oil that splattered like a Renaissance paint splatter party. In that absurd stillness, the siege turned into a bizarre dance, the attackers stumbling while the city kept its beat. When the 10th day waned, the moon rose like a silver spotlight, and the hidden militia surged from their cloaks to shatter the siege's final line. The clang of swords and the roar of battle rose louder than any festival drum. Yet the workers' faces shone with the same calm they'd kept all month. Victory arrived with the smell of burnt siege engines and the sweet taste of triumph, like the aftertaste of popcorn after a marathon movie night. The kingdom celebrated, honoring the rest with a feast that served fish so fresh it slapped the tongue like a witty meme. And so the tale of Ahriman's 10th day pause became legend, whispered in taverns as the ultimate plot twist where the pause wasn't a bug, but the hero's secret weapon. The clamor of the final catapult fell silent as dawn peeled back the night's soot-stained veil, and the battered walls of Seleni's citadel finally breathed free. Queen Selene, still smeared with ash and triumphant grin, stepped onto the cracked stone platform, her crown glinting like a sunrise reflected in a puddle of ale. She raised her voice, and it rolled over the crowd like a booming bass drop at a medieval rave, proclaiming that the 10th day of each month would forever be a day of rest. The decree cracked the air sharp, crisp, scented with fresh parchment, and the lingering odor of burned pitch. Even the grizzled veteran blacksmith, who swore he'd never pause for a tea break, chuckled and tipped his hammer in agreement. Workers threw down their hammers, shovels, and the occasional overcooked stew, letting the sweet smell of freshly baked rye fill the air, mingling with the sour perfume of sweat-soaked leather. Laughter erupted, bubbling up like a spring that had been blocked by a sack of potatoes for months. And the market stalls erupted in a spontaneous flash mob of dance. Some even attempted the moonwalk, only to slip on spilled honey wine. They tasted the freedom in the first bite of a buttery biscuit, feeling their muscles unclench, as if a stubborn knot had finally been untied by a mischievous pixie. The youngest apprentices, who had never known a weekend, giggled at the idea of sleeping in, whispering that this felt like hitting the pause button on a never-ending video game. Irony dripped from their cheers. A day off after a siege felt as surprising as a cat deciding to take a bath. Soon, tavern bards began weaving the tale of the 10th day rest into ballads, their lyres strumming a rhythm that reminded listeners of a Netflix binge watch break, only with more mead and fewer spoilers. Children gathered around hearths, eyes wide as if they'd just seen a dragon do the floss, and asked why their elders had to stop work for just one day. The elders replied with a wink, because even gods need a coffee break. The legend grew, turning the simple pause into a sacred rite, a mythic heartbeat that pulsed through the kingdom's calendar like a drum in a marching band. Ironically, the very law meant to protect the people became the stuff of folklore, taught as if it were a secret spell to summon extra stamina. In the countryside, even the stubborn goats seemed to respect the day, standing stoically in the fields as if awaiting a royal summons. To cement the tradition, Cellini's scribes etched the decree onto a massive granite slab, its surface cool as a winter river, and as unforgiving as a judge's stare on a courtroom TV show. The stone was hoisted into the central plaza, its weight rattling the cobblestones and releasing a faint scent of fresh limestone mixed with the lingering perfume of incense from the ceremony. When the king's heralds unfurled a banner painted with a golden sun, the crowd gasped. Some swear they heard a collective ooh that sounded like 1,000 onions being sliced. The law was read aloud each month, the words echoing like a church bell ringing at dawn after a night of revelry. And whenever the 10th day arrived, the city's clock tower chimed a lazy, buttery note, reminding everyone that even the hardest worked hands deserved a moment to wipe the grime from their eyes. Generations later, when grandchildren of the original siege sit upon the same stone steps, they still feel the faint tremor of the ancient decree vibrating beneath their boots. Like a subwoofer in a medieval club, They smell the faint ghost of incense and fresh bread whenever the 10th day rolls around. A reminder that history is a tapestry woven with sweat, laughter, and the occasional stray goat. Teachers recount the tale with a flourish, quoting Cellini's words as if they were lines from a superhero movie. Rest is the ultimate power-up. And students giggle, imagining their teachers in capes. The legacy, now enshrined, lives not just in law books, but in the sighs of exhausted laborers who finally get to nap under a sun-drenched arbor. And so, the 10th day stands as a shining beacon, a reminder that even in the toughest of times, humanity will find a way to hit the pause button and enjoy the soundtrack of life. The night the great dog star Sirius clawed its way up the sapphire vault, Aramith's cobblestones seemed to shiver under a cold, metallic sigh. Lantern light flickered like nervous fireflies, staining the market's greasy stalls with trembling amber. From the marble balcony of the High Council citadel, the oldest seers unfurled a tattered scroll, their breath fogging the air as if the sky itself had sneezed. When the celestial omen blazed brighter than a celebrity's Instagram flash, the council's chief elder, Grandmaster Thalen, banged his ceremonial gavel, more bone than wood, calling for order. A hush fell over the city, not the kind you feel when someone drops a tray of spiced figs, but the deep, reverent silence that makes even the river seem to hold its breath. The edict, inked in midnight ink, demanded 12 uninterrupted hours of silence each night, beginning at the first star's glow and ending when the moon yawned its pale light. Citizens were to mute their chatter, stifle their lute strings, and even hush the clatter of their goat-herding boots. Street vendors wrapped their sizzling kebabs in cloth, smothering the savory steam that once curled like mischievous serpents. The council promised that honoring Sirius would bring bountiful harvests, as if the star were a cosmic Uber Eats delivering celestial coupons. Grumbling murmurs turned to wry smiles, for who could resist the irony of a kingdom that now enforced quiet louder than a dragon's sneeze? Lyra, a bright-eyed apprentice astrologer with hair the color of moon-kissed wheat, perched on the council's stone steps, her notebook smelling of ink and midnight figs. She traced the star's path with a trembling finger, whispering calculations that sounded like a secret rap battle between constellations. Her mentor, Old Myron, warned her that the edict could summon more than just reverence. It might also summon the dreaded silence monster that eats gossip. Lyra laughed, noting that the only monster she feared was the one that ate her last bowl of stew, leaving a greasy ghost on her plate. She pledged to chart the star's influence, daring the council to prove that quiet could be louder than a market brawler's shout. Kale, a burly merchant whose beard smelled of smoked leather and cheap ale, stood beside his cart of glittering trinkets, rolling his eyes like a rusty hinge. He scoffed at the silent decree, muttering that the only thing louder than a night of hush would be his bargaining hiss, which could sell a goat for a golden sandal. When a child tossed a squeaky wooden toy into the street, Cale caught it, held it to his ear, and declared, "Even this toy knows how to keep quiet, unlike you council clowns." He whispered a sarcastic prayer to Sirius, asking the star to grant him endless customers and a free Wi-Fi signal, because even ancient kingdoms need memes. Yet beneath his sarcasm, a flicker of curiosity twitched, like a cat eye scanning a dark alley, wondering if silence might actually mask the smell of his own questionable accounting books. As the first 12 silent hours draped over Aramith, the city breathed a strange rhythm. Footfalls muffled, voices swallowed, but the scent of spiced incense rose like a rebellious perfume. Lyra watched from the tower, her eyes glittering, as if she just spotted a hidden Easter egg in the night sky. Cale, meanwhile, leaned against his cart, listening to the ghost quiet, and feeling the familiar thrum of his own heartbeat, louder than any market cry. The edict's hush became a stage for irony, a silent movie where every character played louder than words, and the star above winked like a cosmic director shouting, "Cut." When the first murmurs of dawn cracked the silence, the people of Aramith would learn whether the quiet had saved them or simply gave the council a chance to nap. And that, dear listeners, is the opening act of our saga. When the first silent hours unfurled, the night market choked on its own chatter like a dragon with a sore throat. Lanterns that once flickered with gossip now sputtered, casting ghostly halos over empty stalls. The scent of sizzling spices faded, replaced by the cold, metallic tang of midnight rain tapping on tin roofs. Even the city's stray cats, those furry ninjas of the alleys, paused, ears pricked, as if awaiting a cue from an unseen conductor. A collective breath held the whole quarter in a trembling hush, a suspenseful pause worthy of a Netflix cliffhanger. Cale, whose stall boasted the most scandalous rumors and the juiciest barbecued jackalope, watched his profits melt faster than ice cream in a furnace. Customers, who usually swarmed like bees around his flamboyant banners, vanished, leaving only the echo of footsteps retreating into shadow. His hands, accustomed to flipping sizzling skewers, trembled as he counted the few copper coins left on the counter. The silence gnawed at him like a petulant hamster on a wheel, and he muttered curses that would make a sailor blush. In the distance, the city's governor's decree rang like a funeral march, reminding everyone that the stars themselves demanded a quiet watch. Meanwhile, Lyra slipped through the moonlit ruins, her cloak whispering against broken marble, as if sharing a secret with the stones. She discovered a circle of dissenters huddled beneath a toppled arch, their faces lit by the soft glow of phosphorescent moss, nature's own nightlights. Their voices, low and urgent, spoke of trade embargoes, food shortages, and a yearning to break the ancient pact with Sirius. Lyra felt a shiver crawl up her spine, part fear, part fascination, as she realized they were plotting a rebellion that could outshine any fireworks display. She pocketed a stray parchment, its ink still fresh, and wondered whether history would remember their whispers or their shouts. The gathering crackled with tension, a tinderbox ready to ignite as tradition clashed with survival. Much like a sitcom where the wise elder finally gets the meme reference. Old priests muttered prayers for the stars' mercy, while hungry youths brandished makeshift spears carved from market crates. The air smelt of ozone and burnt incense, a cocktail that made the gut twist like a roller coaster loop. Lyra sensed that the silent hours, meant to honor the celestial ruler, were now a stage for a new drama where the script was being rewritten by the streets. The night, though silent on the surface, hummed with the electrical promise of upheaval. As dawn threatened to break the spell, Cale stared at his empty stall, a lone ember of hope flickering in his chest, and thought of his grandmother's advice. When the world goes mute, sing louder in your heart. He chuckled at the irony. His wares were now as invisible as a Wi-Fi signal in a desert. Lyra slipped away from the ruins, her boots muddy, but her resolve sparkling like a superhero cape in the wind. The city's bells tolled the hour, announcing not just silence, but the rumble of a coming storm that would make even Sirius blink in surprise. And somewhere, a stray cat finally twitched its whiskers, as if saying, "Game on," before disappearing into the night. In the dim glow of the library's oil lamps, Lyra's fingers brushed dust-laden vellum and uncovered a manuscript that smelled of mildew and forgotten incense. The cracked script hinted that the edict of silent hours was less about curbing night songbirds and more about shackling a celestial spirit bound to Sirius, the dog star. She blinked, half expecting a tiny glowing dog to bark from the page, but the words were clear. Silence kept the spirit dormant. A shiver ran up her spine like a draft from a tomb, and she knew the old priests weren't just pompous. They were terrified guardians, with a grin that mixed curiosity and dread. She slipped the scroll into her satchel, ready for the next chapter of intrigue. Cale, the temple's reluctant scribe, with a scar shaped like a lightning bolt, met Lyra in the market square, juggling a basket of sour figs that squirted juice onto his sleeves. He listened as she rattled off the manuscript's claims, his eyes narrowing like a cat, eyeing a laser pointer. Together, they formed an uneasy duo. She, the bright-eyed archivist, and he, the gruff veteran who believed the only thing louder than the priest's chanting was the market's clamor. Their first obstacle materialized in the form of High Priestess Marin, whose devotion to the edict was as fierce as a toddler's love for a superhero cape. When Marin caught wind of their heretical curiosity, she ordered the palace guards to confiscate the scroll, forcing Lyra and Kale to sprint through alleys scented with boiled cabbage and sweat. Escaping into the catacombs beneath the city, the pair faced riddles etched into stone, each one a cryptic poem about starlight, silence, and a watchful eye that never blinks. The first riddle sang, "When the night holds its breath, the spirit sighs, answer with a whisper, lest the heavens rise." Kale cracked the code by humming the ancient lullaby his mother sang, a tune as goofy as a sitcom theme, and the stone doors groaned open, releasing a burst of cold air that smelled like frozen pine needles. Inside, they found a vaulted chamber where the faint hum of Sirius reverberated, making the walls vibrate like a bass speaker at a rock concert. The scent of ozone prickled their nostrils, reminding them that they were standing on the brink of something truly cosmic, just as they deciphered the final stanza. When the eclipse drapes the sky, the spirit awakens, and silence shatters like glass. The heavens darkened, and a massive shadow swallowed Sirius, turning the star into a ghostly, blood-red eye. The city above fell silent, not from the edict, but from a collective gasp, as if everyone had just heard a bad joke at a funeral. The priests, now frantic, surged up the stairs, shouting prophecies that sounded more like frantic karaoke lyrics. Lyra felt the weight of the celestial spirit pressing against the walls, a pressure akin to standing on a crowded subway during rush hour, while Kale, eyes wide, muttered, "This is way more dramatic than any season finale." They knew they had minutes, perhaps seconds, to rewrite the edict before the spirit broke free and turned the world into a permanent cosmic rave. Summoning every ounce of wit and resolve, Lyra scribbled a counter edict on the back of the ancient manuscript, using the same ink that once stained priests' robes, now smelling faintly of burnt rosemary and regret. Kale chanted the reversal, his voice trembling like a cat on a hot tin roof, while the crowd below held their breath, the only sound a distant drumbeat from a street performer's broken tambourine. As the eclipse reached its zenith, the celestial spirit roared, a sound like 1,000 thunderclaps mixed with the squeal of a rubber duck, then abruptly fell silent, bound once more by the rewritten words. The priests, bewildered and humbled, slunk away, muttering about unexpected plot twists. while Lyra and Kale emerged, the city buzzing with relief, the scent of fresh rain on stone mingling with the lingering aroma of figs. Their adventure became legend, whispered in taverns as the night the star was silenced, proof that sometimes the loudest heroes are those who speak softly. When the night sky swelled with Sirius, its pale fire rose like a silver dragon breathing neon across the kingdom. The edict of silent hours trembled in the wind. The royal decree demanded that not a single voice pierce the dark, as if the realm were a massive library where even a sneeze would warrant a fine. Yet the heavens cracked open, unleashing a storm of luminous energy that crackled louder than 1,000 electric guitars at a rock concert. The air smelled of ozone and melted wax, and the cobblestones glowed with ghost white phosphor, turning the streets into a runway for wandering spirits. Even the town's old clock tower seemed to wink, as if mocking the absurdity of trying to hush the cosmos itself. Lyra crouched beneath the Star Watch Tower, her cloak soaked in the neon rain, while Kale, half smiling and half trembling, balanced a crystal flute against his chest. The wind hissed like a cat on a hot tin roof, peppering their ears with the metallic tang of charged dust that tasted like burnt popcorn. Lyra's heart hammered a tribal drumbeat, each thump echoing the ancient drums of war that once summoned heroes onto battlefields. Kale glanced at her, his eyes reflecting the starlight, and whispered a joke about how the universe clearly missed their morning coffee. Both knew the edict wasn't just a law, it was a pact with a capricious spirit that liked its silence as much as a teenager loves a do not disturb sign. The choice slammed down like a meteorite. Uphold the edict and risk inciting the spirit's wrath, or snatch the silence with a rebellious shout that might just rewrite the kingdom's history. Lyra's mind flickered to the legend of the silent scream, a tale older than the castle's foundation, where a single defiant yell saved a village from being devoured by shadow. Kale, ever the pragmatic rogue, muttered that breaking the silence now would be like shouting, "I'm Batman," in a room full of ninjas, pointless yet oddly satisfying. Their breaths formed ghostly ribbons, and the luminous storm pulsed, as if waiting for their verdict like an impatient audience at a Netflix binge. With a half grin, Lyra lifted a trembling hand, feeling the weight of centuries pressing against her fingertips. They sprinted up the spiral staircase of the Star Watch Tower, the wood creaking like an old pirate ship's deck under a midnight coup. At the summit, the wind howled in a tone that could have been a Broadway overture, and the spirit of Sirius, an ethereal, shimmering entity, loomed, its eyes twin, nebulae swirling with mischief. Lyra let out a shout that cracked the air, a fierce, raw note that sounded like a dragon belting, Let It Go at a medieval karaoke night. The spirit recoiled, its luminous aura flickering, then burst into a cascade of glittering shards that fell like confetti at a royal wedding. Kale, never missing a beat, brandished his flute, playing a jarring riff that seemed to say, "We're not here for your drama, cosmic buddy." When the last spark settled, the kingdom's silence lay in tatters, replaced by a hum that felt like the world's collective exhale after a long, awkward dinner. The edict, once an ironclad decree, now hovered in the twilight like a misplaced script page, important, yet ignored. Lyra felt a strange warmth seep into her bones, the spirit's wrath transformed into a grudging respect, as if the cosmos gave her a subtle nod and a cosmic high five. Kale, brushing stardust off his boots, quipped that they'd just turned a solemn rite into the greatest karaoke battle the kingdom ever witnessed. As Sirius climbed higher, the night sang a new song, one of daring, irony, and the kind of legendary tale that bards will retell while sipping spiced mead, forever reminding listeners that sometimes breaking the rules makes the stars shine brighter. When Sirius clawed its way up the midnight veil, the edict of silent hours clamped the city of Aramith like a mute button on an ancient speaker. The sky roared with violet lightning, and the air smelled of burnt pine and static, as if the heavens had just microwaved a batch of dragon-scale popcorn. Citizens huddled in their stone homes, lips sealed, eyes wide, while the storm hammered the cobblestones like a drummer on a caffeine binge. Lyra, the temple scribe with a reputation for humming off key lullabies, felt the weight of the silence pressing against her heart. With a breath that tasted of iron and jasmine, she chose compassion over obedience. She slipped out onto the trembling balcony, her sandals scuffing the cold marble as she lifted her voice, soft as a cat's purr, but stubborn as a Wi-Fi signal in a basement. The celestial spirit, a swirling vortex of starlight and wind, snarled at first, like a teenage superhero discovering its powers. But Lyra's melody coaxed it into a gentle hum. The storm's fury softened. The lightning turned from jagged swords to shy fireflies that flickered against the rooftops. Around her, the scent of wet earth rose, mingling with the sweet incense of cedar that drifted from the temple ovens. By the time the first pink fingers of dawn brushed the horizon, the sky sighed in relief, and the wind stopped complaining about the morning commute. When the council convened, they realized the edict had been misread. It was never a prison for tongues, but a pause button for reckless clamor, like a commercial break in an endless reality show marathon. The scribes rewrote the decree with a flourish, declaring the silent hours a time for reflective quiet, not enforced muteness. Think meditation meets a library that actually enjoys the occasional sneeze. Citizens chuckled, remembering the absurdity of trying to hush a storm with a sign that read, "No noise allowed." The new law felt as refreshing as a cool breeze after a sweaty gym session, and even the grumpiest blacksmith cracked a smile. Aramith streets soon pulsed with a dual rhythm. Drums thumped during the festival of echoes, while chimes sang in the hush of the whispering gardens. Lanterns swayed like neon signposts from a cyberpunk market, casting amber shadows on faces flushed with laughter and reverent silence. Musicians tossed in a surprise cameo of a hummingbird choir, a nod to the pop culture classic where the galaxy's greatest heroes break into song. Yes, a Star Wars cantina moment, but with more lyre and less blaster fire. The scent of spiced stew mingled with the crisp, clean aroma of early morning dew, creating a banquet for the nose as much as for the soul. Children ran barefoot, their giggles echoing then dimming in perfect sync, as if the town itself were playing a giant game of peek-a-boo with sound. As the sun rose higher, its golden arrows pierced the lingering mist, painting the stone walls with a glow that made the silvered plaques of the old edict glimmer like ancient emojis. Lyra stood atop the hill, feeling the pulse of the city, both its roar and its whisper matching the beat of her own heart, which now sounded like a drum roll before a superhero's entrance. The celestial spirit, satisfied, drifted away, leaving behind a faint perfume of ozone and sweet honey, a reminder that even the heavens need a coffee break. Aramith celebrated this newfound harmony with a feast that featured crunchy crickets and candied figs, proving that tradition can be both crunchy and sweet. And so, under the echo of dawn, the people vowed to keep both sound and silence as twin guardians of their future, forever dancing to the rhythm of the stars.